Hi, Audrey, can you hear me, please?
We'll be starting shortly.
Audrey, can you hear me? Audrey, can you hear me? Jerry, can you hear me? Audrey, can you hear me?
We're still working on the sound issue in council chambers, and we'll have something going as soon as possible. So just hang tight, please. Thank you.
Jerry or Audrey, can you hear me?
Can you guys hear me? No, like that. Can anybody hear us? Hey, I think we did it.
My apologies to everyone. We had technical difficulties here in the chambers, so welcome back. And we are to start now the 6th meeting of the Planning and Environmental Committee. The City of London is committed to making every effort to provide alternate formats and communication supports for council, standing or advisory committee meetings and information upon request. To make a request for any city service, please contact accessibility@london.ca or 519-661-2489, extension 2425. To make a request specific to this meeting, please contact pec@london.ca. I would like to let committee know that Mayor Holder will not be attending this evening, but welcome Acting Mayor Josh Morgan. I'd like to move on to number 1, disclosures of pecuniary interest. I see none. Moving on to the number of consent items, I'd like to bring to committee's attention the revised staff report for 2.1, which is 1300 River Road. 2.2, 2.3, and 2.4 all relating to improvements being made in site plan process review, updates to site plan control bylaw, and continuous improvement of development approvals. A report from SPPC came to us in February, and that was passed on to committee members for further information. And also the 2.5, which is the 2021 annual report on building permit fees. Before moving on, I'm looking for a motion or comments. Councillor Lehman?
I'll move the consent items.
And I'm looking for a seconder in Councillor Hillier. Just before I go, Councillor Turner? To comments?
I don't anticipate any issues, but just in case, can we pull 222324? Just so I can ask questions. The answers will depend on where we go from there.
Thank you for mentioning to pull them. We can, okay, so you would like them pulled then? Because we can make comments to them as well.
Yeah, the votes would be dependent on the answers. So that's why I'd like them pulled.
Okay, so that is 2.2, 2.3, and 2.4 being pulled. So the motion, Councillor Lehman for 2.1 and 2.5 remain, and a seconder in Councillor Hillier. And with that, if we can proceed to vote.
Madam Chair?
Yes?
A little premature on the to vote. If we could, I do have some comment.
My apologies. I feel like I'm rushing a little bit because we're a little bit late, but thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Perhaps through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Kokoros. I'm curious about some of the numbers within the building reports. I think this demonstrates that it was a good idea to increase the building permit reserve fund, stabilization reserve fund. We're still below the target, so the current is 52.7. The target is 100% of annual operating costs. So I'm curious what steps we take to get up to that 100%, especially if we're making draws, which will keep us from being able to reach that 100%. And the second is just with respect to the nature of the deferrals of the 2021 into the 2022 fiscal year. What are those for permits not issued, but but expenses incurred or anything like that, it's not quite clear to me.
Is Mr. Kokoris here with us this evening?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, he is. Good afternoon. And through you to Councillor Turner, if I could, thank you for the questions, Councillor Turner. I will start with your second question first. With respect to deferrals, basically, yes, that's what that is. These are revenues that we realized last year that due to the timing of when the revenues were realized and the processing, the actual permit issuance and inspections for these type of permits will be conducted this year. So therefore, these amounts are being carried over or deferred to 2022. And I'd like to point out that last year in 1 month alone in December, and technically 3 weeks, I guess, considering the closure, we received $1.6 million of that 2.8 that got deferred. It's a significant amount. There were substantial building code changes as of January 1 of this year. Combining that with an 11% increase in development charges, we think that those are two primary reasons why there was a bit of an influx of applications in December. So next year, we should be in a better position considering that 2.8 million will be considered as part of the 2022 revenues. So hopefully that answers the second question. The first question with respect to the Stabilization Reserve Fund, we have an understanding with industry that that would be over time. There was some mention about 8 to 10 years at one point in time. So it's a gradual increase, achieving that 100%. As you may recall, in the past, we used to be somewhere between 30 and 50%, which was extremely low. And with a concurrence of industry, we agreed that 100% would make more sense. So we will get there gradually. So hope that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kokoris. I appreciate that. I can appreciate the complexity, and especially with the deferral, seems to be the main contributor to the negative year-end contribution. If we have subsequent years of negative contributions, then we go in the wrong direction of the target. I do recognize we have to phase it in over time, but in our first year, we're going backwards, so it just makes it a little more difficult. So that's why it caught my eye, and I appreciate the answers and the rationale.
Thank you. And with that, we've got a motion on the floor. If we can vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
And we've had 2.2, 2.3, and 2.4 pulled by Councillor Turner. Councillor Turner, I know these three items, they are consent items. If you could more or less, and they relate more or less to one another. I don't know if you're going to be speaking to each one of them individually, but just to bring it to your attention that they can be brought in together as well.
Thanks, Madam Chair. It might be easier just to deal with all three together, but as I read through them, these are requests for sole source, two of them specifically with sole source contracting. In the explanations for why we're doing sole source, it talks about them these firms having the expertise within that realm. I mean, many firms may have the expertise. And often when you do sole source, it's because no other firms may have that expertise, and so to go to market ends up just being a waste of time because nobody else can do it. I didn't get that sense from here. In the reports, it states that they have the expertise, but I didn't see that to the exclusion of all others from these sole source requests. So I was wondering if staff might be able to just provide some commentary on that, as well as if there's a special timing issue that lends to us not going to market to figure those things out.
That's two questions there, one with the sole source, the expertise, and the other one about the timing. If I can go to staff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll take a shot. Easy Sigma is actually consulting firm that we've been using with our continuous improvement program here at the city. So they've helped with Mr. Norman and his team in designing a program that trains staff and has been working working on developing that program for us. In addition, they have some expertise with the site plan control or the site plan process improvements already. So they have a familiarity with the work that we're doing already. With Mr. Norman's help, they've actually assisted him in diving a little bit deeper into our processes and have been, I would say they're probably the best one at this point, given the speedy timeline that the province has given us to deliver on these things.
So thank you, and sorry, did that speak as well to SVN? I might have missed that part. The easy one makes sense due to our previous engagement with them, and kind of a continuation of the work they've been doing. Is that, again, sorry, I was just taking a look at the third report at the same time as you were talking there. My apologies.
Oh, sorry, and through you, Madam Chair, with SBN, what we wanted to do is make sure that we were picking consultants that had capacity to do this work. So we were looking at we're looking outside of London as well. We didn't want to put some of our local firms in an awkward position where they're working on our site plan control bylaw and then also commenting on it as an external stakeholder. So we felt this was a good opportunity and they're a good consultant to help us with that.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. So in this circumstance, are we pressed up against a timeline in the same way as with the other one? And what would be the impact of going to market? Does this meet the test of being able to sole source? It talks about the expertise, but again, to the question of whether they're the exclusive ones that might have that expertise, or if we can't find providers outside of our market. I recognize the conflict internally. That makes sense within our geographic boundaries. But are there others outside that might be able to do the work as well? And does that meet the test of what we need to be able to do from a sole source standpoint?
Mr. Felber.
Madam Chair, I think Mr. Mathers has his hand up. Probably take this one.
Thank you. Mr. Mathers, welcome.
Yep, through the chair. It's always our preference whenever we can to go through the open market because one, just that fairness and component as well, and ensuring that we have the best price available as well. In this instance, as noted by Councillor Turner, it really does come down to the time frame that we needed to get this work done. So for us to go through that process, as most people know, it started about in January of this year when we started looking at trying to come up with options for the streamlining approvals. We also had some consultation with the industry as well that we wanted to do before we moved ahead. So we're at the point now where if we went through our standard processes, which could take up to 2 or 3 months, it would really put us behind, really far behind to be able to meet this February of 2023 deadline of getting the all of our invoicing in. So that's why we decided to go this route. And from my perspective, it is a reasonable way to go forward. But I would absolutely agree that in most cases we want to be having that open competition for these types of consultant appointments.
Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mathers and Mr. Felberg. I appreciate that. I think with these kind of things, I mean, the reason I'm asking is just to make sure that the city is insulated from any repercussions for not following finance policy. Obviously, the finance policy means that where we're looking for sole source exceptions, they come to council to ask for that permission to do so. I think where we're doing something a little more regular might also be helpful to have reviewed and concurred by members of the finance team as well in the report. So, but I'm satisfied by the answers and the reasons for asking the questions and the reasons for pulling them were to make sure that we're meeting our duties as a board to be able to review these procurements. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Turner, for your comments. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to our staff. I just want to ask a brief question on this. knowing that what we're doing is sole sourcing contracting for some consulting that will help us streamline development processes and get things moving perhaps a little quicker than we're used to. And we've had communication today from the London Development Institute that indicate their support for this and their willingness to continue to be part of the dialogue moving forward as these streamlining processes are worked on. Through you to our staff, does the scope of the contractor's work also include further consultation with stakeholders such as the London Development Institute? I would suggest the London Home Builders Association would also be a stakeholder that would be consulted in this process, as well as other stakeholders. But I think it's really important that the people who are actually doing the building are involved in the consultation as well. And so I just want to make sure that that's the case.
If I can go to staff.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Absolutely. So the plan for this is to be examining all of our planning application processes and then building out the full process model. That could be everything from rezoning, draft approval, even to our part law controls. But as noted, because we're working with Easy Sigma, and continuing that continuous improvement program, we'll absolutely be engaging with the development industry to get the voice of the customer and establish where some of those pain points are. We'll also have an added benefit of developing some business reporting metrics for all of our application types as well, so that we can start to track these things in real time and see how both sides of the table are performing on those. It's actually pretty exciting for us to be able to rebuild this post reorg, and it should expedite the time that it will take us to do this work.
And I'd just like to let whoever has their mic on to keep it off, please. Go ahead, Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just through you, thanks to staff for that response. I guess the only other comment that I would offer, and I've had a couple of small applications that are really of more of a personal nature come through my ward. So I just wanted to comment that I hope can be shared with both the contractors who are taking on this consulting as well as our staff, that anything we can do not only to keep the process streamlined, but to keep the language as plain and straightforward as possible. While it's important to consult the industry stakeholders, they're very experienced in this, whereas an individual who might be taking on a smaller project can often be bogged down in some of the technical language that's used around these. So I just hope that I can offer that as feedback for our staff and into the consulting process. So thank you. I'm very supportive of moving these forward.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. Any other comments? And I would like to just bring to the attention to the committee that Councillor Hillier has had to leave the meeting as well, so he will not be here. If there aren't any further comments, if the committee will allow me, there's no motion on the floor to make a comment from the chair. And I just want to sort of say this is a good news story as it relates to improving our processes and our development applications as well. I know staff are very, very busy because they have to continue the work that's in front of them, as well as try to put in these processes and streamline. So with that, I'm looking for a motion on 2.2, 3, and 4. Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Lehman.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Next up are the scheduled items. Our first public participation meeting is 3.1 regarding an amendment to increase the gross floor area. I'm looking for a motion to open up the public participation meeting. Councillor Turner, seconded by Councillor Lewis.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
And I would like to remind the committee that we have had added staff presentation and the applicant's presentation as well. I would like to go to staff for a verbal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The presentation slides for this item are on page 59 and 60 through 64 of the agenda package. The item before you is an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment at 1055 Fanshawe Park Road West. Currently, there is an medical office building on site of 4,559.8 square meters. The subject parcel is designated as office area in the 1989 official plan. There is a specific area policy in the neighborhood's place type of the London plan to permit medical and dental office uses up to 5,000 square meters. The zoning is in the office zone 5 that has an exemption to barrier-free parking. The parcel is surrounded by residential to the north, an empty lot to the east, Fanshawe Park Road West and residential to the south, and a secondary school to the west. The application is to build a second medical dental office of 1,782.6 square meters. This would bring the aggregate GFA up to 6,342.4 square meters for office uses. An official plan amendment was submitted to amend the specific area policy 1074 of the London plan and to add a specific area policy to the 1989 official plan to permit the increased GFA of up to 6,342.4 square meters for office uses. A zoning bylaw amendment was also submitted to permit the increased GFA as well as a reduced parking requirement of 284 parking spaces when 423 is required currently by the zoning bylaw. The existing special provisions will be maintained. The provincial policy statement states that intensive development is to be directed towards strategic locations and that the long-term economic prosperity should be supported by maintaining and enhancing downtowns and main streets. The policies of the London plan state that large office spaces greater than 5,000 square meters will be directed to downtown to ensure its long-term vitality and health. The official plan of 1989 states that downtown is to be the primary office area. In addition, one of the criteria for adding a specific area policy is that the change of land use cannot be accommodated within other land use designations. In this case, office uses greater than 5,000 square meters would be better accommodated in the downtown land use designation. Furthermore, the additional GFA of 1,342.4 square meters over the already permitted 5,000 square meters of office uses is significant and could potentially compete with the downtown for office uses. Therefore, Civic Administration recommends refusal as the proposed development is not consistent with the provincial policy statement. The proposed development does not conform to the London plan, and the proposed development does not conform to the 1989 official plan. Administration is now ready to answer any questions from the committee and/or the public.
Thank you. Any technical questions? Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you, staff, Ms. Hall. The applicant has a slide deck that we've read through, talking about the differentiation between medical commercial and commercial, let's say, that this doesn't, their proposal doesn't necessarily impinge on the objectives of the London Plan and consolidation of commercial office space within the core. I'm curious on staff's interpretation of that argument and how we view the different classes of commercial space within the city.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. I'd like to go to staff for their interpretation.
Through you, Madam Chair, it's Greg Barrett. Sorry, I was trying to get my unmute button. 2 years.
Welcome.
The issue here is one that's an issue of the policy versus zoning. The policies speak to office uses. They do not discriminate between the types of office uses as is done in zoning. The reason why zoning discriminates office type uses or office uses is because they have different impacts. And for that reason, that's why you would regulate them in zoning. But from a policy perspective, we speak to the nature of the use. And in this instance, it's office uses. The primacy of the downtown as a location for significant office buildings has been key to the success of the downtown. And one of the things that perhaps has insulated the downtown as things have changed over time, but council's policies of directing significant office development to the downtown has been one of those drivers that has helped maintain the health that we do have in our downtown. It should also be noted that the policies that Ms. Hall spoke to also indicate that in the review of whether or not there's a justification to increase the size of the office node is whether or not office opportunities exist in other areas. And as noted in the report and on the attachments, these lands are adjacent to and near other place types and land use designations where office uses of this scale up to 2,000 square meters are contemplated and could occur. So it's a combination of those policy matters, but really the big policy issue here is that from a policy perspective, we don't discriminate from the office in the office types, but those are discriminated in zoning.
Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other technical questions from committee? I see none. I'd like to now go to the applicant. The applicant's consultant is here. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can, Mr. Hannum. Go ahead.
Excellent.
You've got up to 5 minutes.
Wonderful. Good afternoon, members of Madam Chair, members of committee. My name's Dave Hannum. I'm a senior associate and registered professional planner with Zelenka Priamo. We're the planning consultants for Quincy Developments for this proposed second medical dental building on the subject property. Also in attendance is Jeff Bibbings. He's the owner and operator of the proposal and the existing operation as well. If you need to ask him any questions. We've reviewed planning staff's report. We are disappointed that they are recommending that the planning committee refuse the applications. We believe the proposal actually represents good land use planning and would contribute to the creation of a complete and walkable community. And therefore, we are hopeful if the committee members positively endorsing and approving the applications. I've prepared a short visual presentation. It's attached to the agenda starting at page 60, I believe. And I'll just quickly run through that and highlight some of the aspects of the proposal. So just on page 2 of my presentation, it shows a couple of graphics. The top graphic, and first and foremost, I just want to say that, look, we believe that the key starting point to determining the appropriateness of this development is the fact that there's already an existing and permitted medical dental office on this site. As you can see from the top image, there's a 3-story medical office building with a gross floor area of just over 4,500 square meters. As established through the previous applications approved by City of London, up to 5,000 square meters of medical dental offices permitted on the subject lands. So in essence, our opinion is the key issue is what are the effects, if any, of introducing 1,342 square meters of additional permitted medical dental GFA on this just under 5-acre property. Image 2 on the bottom of that page shows the existing underutilized surface parking area on the site, which is going to be the location of the additional medical dental building. I'm going to switch to the next page, which shows the surrounding land uses. As you can see, the subject lands are well positioned to serve the surrounding neighborhood, which are located in a rapidly growing area, which can be categorized as actively developing. There's existing and emerging low and medium density residential uses, a school, retirement home, and a mixture of commercial uses. The subject lands are well connected to the surrounding area. They benefit from frontage on and along an active and high order road that provides comprehensive pedestrian and cycle and transit opportunities. The next graphic on that sheet, page 4 of my presentation, is just an aerial. It shows the application lands hatched in red with the proposed building in black. Shows a general location, including the proposed building, which is going to be well distributed on the site and is on the generally underutilized area, the parking area. The building placement is a natural and logical extension of the existing medical development here. In terms of changes to the site itself, all existing access arrangements onto Fanshawe will be remained unchanged. Just to the next slide on 5 is the concept plan with the application areas in white. The proposed 1,782 square metre building itself is located and orientated along and close to Fanshawe streetscape. It's going to provide direct access to primary entrances addressing the street. It's going to be a high quality building that's going to be complementary in function and shape and configuration to the existing building. It's going to fill in a gap along the streetscape and provide an enhanced portion of the public realm. It's just on the next slides. There's a few key considerations that I think need to be reviewed here. The proposed development is in response to increased demand for additional medical dental facilities in this area. Under the current zoning permissions, only medical dental office, pharmacies and clinics and medical laboratories are the only uses permitted on these lands. We are not seeking any additional permitted uses. All the new uses will be all medical related. And they're going to include spaces for expanded family physicians, which is an underserviced element in London, expanded services as well to complement the existing medical building on site. There will be
Mr.
some
Hannum,
modest.
I just want to let you know that you're coming up to 5 minutes. I know you're almost there,
Yeah,
but just
there's a couple of slides to go. There'll be modest parking reconfigurations, which have been supported by a parking study and which has been signed off by city staff. In terms of the impacts on the downtown, we don't feel as though the new office building will compete with the downtown for office space. As indicated, the uses are specific to medical uses. Interestingly, a medical office building of the size proposed, if it was proposed on its own, not on this site, it would be considered small scale and would not be directed towards the downtown.
And Mr. Hannum, if you could finish off, please.
Yeah, permitting the modest amount of additional permitted medical office on this will not prejudice the ability to provide other offices in the downtown area. In terms of the types of offices that would typically occupy these purpose-built downtown locations are not actually permitted on the subject lands. The proposal meets all of the relevant levels of planning policy, including the PPS and the intent and purpose of the official plan and London plan.
And Mr. Hannum, I'm going to have to end your.
This is my last bullet point. And I'll finish straight up.
You've gone well over your time.
Okay, look, we're happy to answer any questions. We would respectfully request that the committee approves the applications. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for respecting the time restraints that we have to adhere to. I'd like to move on to the public now. Or are there any technical questions of the applicant? Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quickly, two questions about the parking. Mr. Hannam, you mentioned that the parking was on a spot, or this building's proposed on a spot where the parking is underutilized, and then that there's a net increase of about 4 spots. Building of this size would certainly have its own parking requirements to go with it, in addition to the other ones. One, could you comment about why the parking is underutilized, and two, how that net parking requirement ends up getting fulfilled?
So in terms of, you can see from the graphics in the slide, and obviously that's just a point in case with regards to how well the parking is used. In terms of underutilization, as you'll know, the parking rates are quite onerous for medical and office uses, 1 for 15 square meters. But that doesn't necessarily replicate the amount of patients and visitors that come to this facility. Also, with regards to the location of the building itself, the existing parking area doesn't extend to the full extent of the site boundaries. So as part of this proposal, the existing surface area will be expanded. So in terms of the underutilized, it's an underutilized portion of the site as well to create additional parking. In terms of, sorry, I was going to answer your next question, if you like.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so based on the parking rate associated with the existing medical building versus the proposed medical building, we looked at what the associated rate would be with respect to that. And in terms of the modest reconfigurations of the parking arrangements, there's I think there's a net decrease in parking spaces of 4 spaces. But in terms of the impacts, as per the parking study, it's being confirmed that there would be no follow-on impacts with regards to the surrounding road network.
That's really, yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, thank you, Mr. Hannam. Do you think that perhaps the pay for parking exemption that was granted to the applicant in 2018 has an impact on the underutilization of the parking site, and that could create collateral impacts on the surrounding neighborhoods, especially if another building were to go up?
I'm not 100% sure on what the impacts of the paid parking have been with regards to the actual operation of the use itself. That may be a question best answered by the owner of the site. He is available on the call.
No, I'm good. That's good for technical questions. I appreciate it.
Moving on to the public now. If there's anyone from the public that would like to speak to this recommendation, please come forward. I'll ask one more time. If there's anyone from the public that would like to speak to this recommendation, please come forward. I see no one, and with that, I'd like to go to committee to close the public participation meeting. Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Turner.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
For comments? Councillor Lewis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I suppose this is actually a technical question I could have asked of our staff a little bit earlier, but I'm going to ask it now before my comments. If the applicant, and the applicant referenced this, but I just want to ask through you to staff, if the applicant had made this application on the Greenfield property right next door, would any of our policies have resulted in a recommendation for refusal if it was on a separate lot?
I'd like to go to staff.
Through the chair, it's Mike Corby here. So the cap for 5,000 square meters is for the office area designation, which relates to just that property. If the abutting property was zoned for the use and the zoning permitted the 2,000 square meters, they would be permitted the proposed building on the abutting lands. I'm not exactly sure what the zoning is, but kind of get the gist there.
Madam Chair, sorry through you, if I might add to that comment. Yeah,
Yes, go ahead.
It's to the designation. So the adjacent lands, I don't believe actually would permit office uses. The areas adjacent to shopping area designation, just I think one parcel removed from this area would provide the opportunity for the 2,000 square meter offices. But on the immediately adjacent lands, one of the sites, the school site, the other site, I believe, is a residential site. So the office uses wouldn't be permitted on those sites.
Councillor Lewis?
Okay, thank you. So I appreciate that they would have to seek a zoning change then in order to pursue that on a different property. But that if that were successful, it wouldn't be prohibited. So that's helpful to me. You know, for me, this is a real problem in terms of the office space policy. In that it doesn't discriminate, because I think it was outlined very clearly in the Climate Emergency Action Plan that we want services that are walkable in neighborhoods. And we've got residential in the area. We're talking about doctors' offices. There's already an existing pharmacy on the site. These are the kind of places we want people to be able to walk to. We don't want them to have to get in their cars and drive downtown to go see their family doctor. So, you know, I don't think that there's any grounds to look at this and say, wow, this is going to be detrimental to the downtown. And I recognize that staff are working with the policy that we have on paper. They're you know, following the policy that's there, but I think this highlights a real problem with the existing policy around offices. We're not talking about a Canada Life office site, or you know, an insurance company, or a large law firm like we see downtown office space typically being occupied by. Instead, we're talking about a medical facility, and I know that when it comes to office space, I know in my doctor's office there's a waiting room that I wait in private waiting room while I'm waiting for the doctor to see me, and there's 3 more of those along the hallway where other patients who've had their intake done are waiting to be seen as well. So it's not the same as a law office where the lawyer is seeing every client in the same space. A doctor actually needs a lot more space so that they can stagger their clients and get through them and serve them as quickly as possible. And we all know that there's a challenge with family doctors right across Ontario, honestly, in terms of access. So notwithstanding our policy on this, I don't think the policy is strong enough to merit refusal on this, and we're actually talking about a development on a surface parking lot that will result in a minor, but nonetheless, a 4-space overall reduction on an underutilized lot. So notwithstanding our policies on the downtown office use, I'm actually going to move that this application be approved. Because I think that, as I've outlined, when we think about the things we've changed since this policy's been in place, like the Climate Emergency Action Plan, we want family doctors in locations like this.
So is that a motion?
Yeah, I'm going to move notwithstanding the staff recommendation that the application be approved.
So you would need a seconder? Acting Mayor Morgan is seconding. And I see Councillor Van Hulst has joined us, but before I go to you, Councillor, I would like to hear from the committee members first on the motion. Acting Mayor Morgan.
Yes, I supported Councillor Lewis's motion on this because I think this warrants debate, and I want to go through a few points on why I think we should have a discussion about it as a community and consider accepting it. I think staff has written a good report based on mainly on the policy that protects downtown for office uses. But in Councillor Turner's questioning, Mr. Barrett made it very clear that policy does not discriminate against the types of office uses. So although, I certainly am very supportive of the idea that major law firms, financial institutions, big insurance companies, like there are great places downtown for that. Buildings with family doctors in them is not really the type of thing that goes downtown. It's the type of things that you put out in the neighborhood. It's the type of thing that you want people to take short trips to access. And the zoning, as Mr. Barrett indicated, is the restrictive piece on this, where there are only medical dental offices, pharmacies in association with the medical dental office uses, clinics, medical dental laboratories, is already the zoning restriction on the site, and they're not asking to change that. Given there's a pharmacy in the building next door, I'm not sure that a pharmacy would go there. And given the responses from the applicant, they're really looking at family physicians and potentially a dermatology service, which is really another type of local family doctor, a little bit of a specialization, but certainly something that you want out in the neighborhood where people are accessing them. I was surprised at the explanation in the report on the climate emergency lens, because when I first read it, I was thinking the opposite. I actually thought that this would be supportive of the types of things that we were thinking about in the climate emergency, that we would have this type of family doctor space out in the communities where people can take shorter trips. To be honest, the parking really wasn't the concern for me. My ideal world would be that we actually build this building on that surface parking lot and if not necessary, don't expand the parking. I'll trust the study and the needs that were put forward, but having visited this building a number of times, I know lots of people who walk to it. There's lots of people who use the facilities in the existing building from the neighborhood. And so, to me, like, I'm a little challenged at this, because when our staff say, and the words that were used were, could potentially compete with downtown uses, I'm not convinced that that's true. I'm convinced that if this were a major law firm that we were going to build out there, for sure it would, and this would not be appropriate. But a small building with family doctors, a building that could be built a little ways down the way in the shopping district category, because it's under 2,000 square meters, that's already permitted out in neighborhoods and would be allowed. This developer and this owner want to intensify this site, again, making good use of it, getting services out in the community. And I can tell you, I know there wasn't a lot of feedback from this, but I do know that I have spoken with a number of people in the Foxfield area who get a little bit frustrated at how far they have to travel for a family doctor. I know with my family doctor, I travel all the way down to Oxford Street myself. It's great that my dentist is in my neighborhood and I can walk to that location, but there's a real opportunity here for people to have services in the neighborhood. I don't see this as competing with downtown. Now, that being said, I completely understand why our staff wrote the report. The policy is very clear. It doesn't discriminate on office space use. And because of that, we're out of alignment. But when I read the descriptions of the reasons we would support this, I actually support more so the applicant's descriptions of how this would apply. If you set aside that we can't discriminate on office types or can't discriminate on medical dental uses as in our policy, but we do in our zoning, given that security in that context, I could be very comfortable with this, and I actually think this suits a number of our policies, our statements, the preferential policy statements. I think the applicant's description in their presentation, I do agree with. Again, I don't want to criticize our staff because I think they're assessing this based on a policy, but I concur with Councillor Lewis that perhaps this is a policy that needs to be cleaned up down the road, because I certainly support protecting downtown for specific types of office uses, but not at the expense of providing some intensification of a site for local family doctors to work in the neighborhood that they're highly likely to serve. So for me, I think if we can find a way forward to allowing this, I'm supportive of doing that. I think this makes a ton of sense. And I think it's something that certainly the constituents that I represent in that area would like to see. And so I'll speak on their behalf as well, that they do see a need for local family doctors, dentistry services in the neighborhood that they can get to without having to drive across town. So those are my comments. I'm looking forward to hearing the committee's comments and obviously any questions of our staff about how we could make this work.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Morgan. I'll go to Councillor Lehman, then Councillor Turner, and I'll go to visiting councillor. Go ahead. Councillor Lehman.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think we're all under agreement here about the support of our current London plan and 1989 plan about having offices downtown, large-scale offices downtown for obvious reasons, and I agree with the remarks by staff of that policy paying off by maintaining a downtown where potential is for vibrancy, although we have our challenges now, but at least we have 40,000 people working downtown that will be coming back once the COVID lifts. I'm afraid this comes down a bit to semantics. This proposal passes all requirements of staff and policy except for the fact that it falls under the office designation. I would argue that it's not an office in the way we think of offices. I would suggest it's more of a service/retail service with medical doctors and dental offices augmented by retail, which is a pharmacy. And the other thing that struck me too is the comment that, yeah, if this was broken off into a similar sized plot of land, it happens to be within a current single zone area, it would go through. So I guess the question is, do we want a number of smaller medical offices, or is this size of a medical office preferred? And again, the climate change lens, I mean, having a central location on a high arterial road with transit would add accessibility to a rapidly growing residential development in the North End. Yeah, I think we have to relook at some of the wording in our current plans. But I think, from what I see, I view this, again, as I said, as a service/retail proposal, as opposed to an office proposal. I think it should go ahead based on that.
Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple quick questions and then some comments. Number one, if this parcel, the applicant sought to sever the parcel and then seek rezoning or to have that zoning required for medical dental offices, even if it was an adjacent parcel, not even the severed one, would that be recommended in policy from staff, or would that be considered too much consolidation within the area of that place type?
Through the chair, Mike Corby here again. So maybe I'll try and start with the start of that question. If we're looking at severing the site and maintaining on the site. So again, that site is all within the office designation. And so you're capped at the 5,000 for the entire site, whether it's chopped up into 3, 4, 5 pieces. Again, the policies of the shopping area, place type to the west of this site does permit office is as well. And generally most of the zoning, when I look around out there, does cap it at 2,000 square meters for the parcels. So there are permissions. So generally, again, it's difficult without a proposal, but there is general support for smaller scale office within the shopping area place type.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it, Mr. Corby. Some comments. I'll start with the good, and then I'll start with my concern, or I'll follow with my concerns. The good is that it's making use of surface parking and replacing it with building. I think that's always worthy of consideration. I think we need to do that more. I wish we'd consider that more in the core as well, but too often we grant the exceptions to the temporary usage for surface parking lots. We need to stop doing that. So eliminating surface parking in this circumstance is helpful. In terms of providing medical and dental within communities, that's often appropriate. I think my concerns lie from a few things. One is that the commercial policy, commercial office policies that we have in the official plan are for a very specific reason, and they have had success up until recently. And all you need to do is walk through the core right now and see the significant challenges that are occurring. And every time we grant an exception, even if it seems minor or trivial, it undermines that policy. It undermines our ability to generate commercial activity within the core. I struggle to see the difference between going to see a lawyer and going to see a doctor. If you've got to travel to go and see a lawyer, you've still got to travel to see a doctor. And the likelihood that that you're going to be taking a pedestrian trip to this strip is pretty low, unless you're living on Tokala Trail or directly across the street, and then you're going to play Frogger as you cross Fanshawe Park Road. This is primarily from driving. My next concern is as a result of the comments about the parking lot being underutilized. And a couple things happen here. One, either the parking lot was either over-engineered for too many spaces, or the exception that we granted in 2018 that I was against is showing that those parking is being displaced into the neighborhood because people don't want to pay for parking to go to that plaza. And that's a big concern. So if we're going to add more space, more appointments, more people visiting, they're only going to be displaced further into the neighborhood. And I would think that the ward council might be concerned about that as well. That's a huge issue that happened in my ward with the medical plazas that are on Springbank Drive. And as a result, the neighborhood petitioned successfully to get permit parking along the streets within their neighborhood because of all the overflow of people avoiding the paid parking at the medical dental clinic that was there. My next concern is that we continue to do this over and over and over again in this council, that we see that there's a policy that perhaps you might not see the logic in it, but you continue to grant exceptions to the policy. If you have concerns with the policy, let's change the policy. Let's go through the proper process of doing that. But we're not doing that. So instead, we continue to ignore the policies that we have, which puts us in a fairly significant position of liability on having our decisions overturned again and again and again. It also means that the policies that we have aren't worth the paper they're written on. We need to communicate clearly to the community. We do that through our policies. And if we need to change the policies, we go back to the community and say, we're going to change our policies. We're looking at changing them. We'd like to have your input. We'd like to be able to collaboratively generate these. And then those policies will be our policies in effect going forward from there. That's the proper way to do it. Not in meetings like this, not on the fly. My final concern is that this applicant is coming back again for an exception to our policy. They did that in the initial application when they looked at the paid parking. They said, well, our financials don't work without the paid parking. So I'm intrigued to see if maybe that they're saying that, well, the financials don't work without this extra building now too. Knowing full well what the policies are, knowing full well that the application as it was brought forward would have had recommendations from staff right at the beginning saying, we can't go that high. This is a 15% excess of what the policy would allow. Try and bring it down, try a couple other things here, but no, they threw it up here. And I think this is symptomatic of that concern that I have of us continuously granting exceptions to our policies, because now everybody's just testing us over and over again. We're seeing lots and lots of these applications coming now. So really, it is coming to fruition that our policies don't mean anything anymore. But going back to the purpose of the policy is to shore up our downtown. Our downtown's in a lot of trouble right now. No two ways about that. And I think we need to do everything we can, wherever we can, to make sure that we preserve that so that we can help the core. Make sure that we we're adherent to our policies, and that if we want to change them, let's go through the process to understand what the implications of doing so would be. So I'm not supportive of the motion that's on the floor right now.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. I'd like to go to Councillor Michael Van Hulst.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. And I do appreciate the comments made by the committee. I had a number of those that I would have shared, so there's no need. I'll mention that I agree that medical officers are needed. I attended the medical clinic on Thompson Road here in Ward 1, and because of space constraints, my doctor moved out to Fanshawe Park Road, ironically. So now I have to travel much further. And as was stated, that really doesn't help us in terms of the climate emergency action plan. I have questioned our policy about offices on a number of occasions. So I will prepare a motion and bring that forward to committee, because I agree with Councillor Turner. It's good to set
Councillor
those things.
Van Hulst, there is already a motion on the floor, and we are speaking to that motion.
Right. Okay. And because of that, I will support the proposal at council. But again, I think in these situations where, although everything Councillor Turner says is correct, we still at council are able to make the discrimination based on the type of office. And so we're welcome to do that. And I hope the committee supports it, because I think this is something that needed by the community. Though again, I agree with the comments made by Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Councillor Van Hulst. I would like to now go to another visiting councillor, Councillor Fife Miller.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, as the councillor in Ward 13 who has the downtown, I will agree wholeheartedly with Councillor Turner's comments. This does continue to be a challenge and will be a challenge for the downtown. At the same point in time, I find this very much a service-oriented business. And I think one of the things that we could all agree on to a point is we are trying to create walkable communities. I find this establishment and this office in the area that it's going into a benefit to that part of the community. Well, I would love to think that everything would come into the downtown. I just don't think that that's a practical solution. We need some of these in these areas. I think one of the reasons we are here is to deal with some of this flexibility on this. Do I feel it's an issue that we have a policy that doesn't allow us to discriminate against opportunities like this? I think so, and I think that needs to be revisited. And so Councillor Turner makes a valid point there, but I do think that it's important at times to be flexible on some of these, and I think for this type of business, I think we can. I think we could be flexible. So I would be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments from committee before Acting Mayor Morgan?
Yes, I'd like to touch base on this again. It was noted that I am the ward councillor, and certainly I am, and I think Councillor Turner knows that I'm someone who often likes to support and listen to colleagues about issues in their ward. And when the exemption was made for the paid parking, I did support it, and I knew I supported it. And probably the only person who was going to face any sort of heat or pressure on that from the local residents was me. And I can tell you that paid parking experience has gone very well. I've not had a single complaint about people parking in the surrounding neighborhoods and walking to this facility. In fact, and maybe the applicant doesn't want me to say this, but it's actually not too hard to get validation in that parking lot, in the pharmacy or other places to get around the $4 fee. And I think many people are using that. But there are also those who do tend to walk to this site, because even if you park on the side streets, you're pretty much walking anyways. But I haven't had any complaints about this. I haven't had any concerns from the community, and frankly, I don't foresee this creating other challenges in the community. I think the parking lot is underutilized. I drive by this area all the time. It was probably overbuilt in the first place. And I think building another building on that surface parking lot is something that I could be very supportive of. What I will say, because I think, Councillor Turner and I can agree that when we consistently challenge policies, we probably need to take a look at them. That being said, I do think circumstances come around where we make exceptions to them. And we do that all the time. We do that all the time at council on the surplus policy. We do it all the time at council on various other policies. I see it all the time at corporate services, where we are notwithstanding something and doing something that is needed at the time. The surplus policy is actually probably the one that we do most often. There are always things that we're taking care of because of challenges we have slightly outside of that policy before we put the surplus into it. And it's appropriately so, because we're dealing with challenges that are before us today. Because some of our policies are very old. Some of them need to be renewed. Even our official plan was written and consulted on by the public and many, many people in the public, what is becoming a long time ago now. And so the reality of our world has changed over the last, 6 to 8 years. And so I do support that we need to review some of these things. But that's not to the exclusion of dealing with issues before us on matters that sometimes illuminate the challenges with our policy. So I agree with him, and I know Councillor Van Holst said that he was willing to kind of pursue taking another look at that particular policy. I'd certainly be supportive of that, and a number of others at the appropriate time and the appropriate way. That being said, I think that it is part of the role of the municipal government to use its discretion to see when it is appropriate to make an exception to a policy and when not. I think that is something that is part of our job. Again, you should not do it every single time it happens, but there are circumstances where I do feel that it is appropriate and worthy based on circumstances that the policy may not have contemplated when it was created. And I'm not sure, given our zoning is can discriminate and break it down to specific uses, but our policy doesn't. I'm not sure that was perhaps the way we should have done it in the first place. And I'd be willing to entertain a discussion, particularly given the comments of the downtown councillor about, maybe there are specific types of office uses that are more appropriate to protect than perhaps family doctors. And the odds of the circumstance of this coming up on a site like this is probably not overly high. It's already a site with a significant amount of square footage for medical office. I think there's an opportunity here to do something that makes sense and intensify the site. And I'm willing to make an exception this time to that particular policy. But I always appreciate Councillor Turner's comments on policy. I think he's very thoughtful. He's always challenging us to make sure we do that in the way that he's articulated he feels is appropriate, and I can certainly support and respect his comments on that. But that being said, I can be supportive of the motion that Councillor Lewis has put before us for all the reasons that I've mentioned today.
Thank you. If I can move the chair to Vice Chair Councillor Lehman to make, I have a few questions and my comments.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you. And I appreciate Acting Mayor Morgan's comments around our policies and the need for maybe reviewing and being a bit outdated. So that would be my first question to staff. Are we in the process of doing comprehensive reviews around our policies?
And go to staff for that question.
Thank you. Through the chair. We're doing a comprehensive review, but that's based more on the land needs. But as part of that comprehensive review, we do look at the needs for all types of land uses. The discussion tonight is one that I think will come up as we go through that review for all types of land uses, as we look at what the changing what the changes have been with those land uses over time. Your London plan is not that old, adopted by council in 2016. So we're only 6 years old. We're not ancient history. We're not back in the time when there were no such thing as medical dental offices. The discussion tonight is a discussion around the fact that this particular parcel is designated as an office area in the 89 plan. And that provided for a maximum of 5,000 square meters for office uses. And as has been discussed, that number was picked as a number for office uses at a scale of which greater than that should be in the downtown. The fact that this particular office area and these office uses are medical dental is not really what was the consideration within the policy. The policy just spoke to the scale of office uses. And again, in this instance, you've got a policy question in front of you, which is it appropriate to provide for this office area node to increase? And that's ultimately your decision. But the plan speaks to office uses in all place types and provides for that opportunity. This is just an issue of the scale, and it's because this particular proposal of this particular parcel would increase the scale of the office uses within this designation that is capped. The discussion on whether or not 1,300 square meters or 2,000 square meters of medical dental office is appropriate is not part of the consideration, because as has been noted, that scale of office is permitted in the shopping area, is committed and permitted in other place types around. So your issue tonight, and it's the one that you folks are nailing and having a hard time to get through, is just whether or not it's appropriate to lift the cap on this particular node to provide for this range of office uses. So it's nothing more than that. I don't see it as a great undoing of council's office policies. It's a question as to whether or not this node can accommodate a greater range of office uses, whether or not they're medical dental or not. The policy speaks to office uses in general and the need for that scale to be the scale that's directed to the downtown.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Barrett. My second question was around the, reading through the report, it states that we are exceeding the London plan and we are not consistent with provincial policy statement. And I think if you review what we've heard from the applicant, they're saying it is consistent. And I just like a little bit more clarification around, is this consistent with our provincial policy statement?
Go to staff on that question.
Again, through the chair, this is going to be a matter of the planner's advice and the planner's interpretation to you. The provincial policy statement that we've cited within our report speaks to the protection of the downtown, speaks to the directing of uses of that scale of uses to appropriate locations. Those portions of the provincial policy statement that are cited by the applicant, again, would also apply in providing opportunities for office uses to meet local needs and local demands. And so all of these statements, in fact, do apply. The one that we're relying on is the one that we're relying on for this policy discussion, which is the basis of the primacy of the downtown for office uses and the need to protect that. The range of office uses that can occur in a building of that scale are limited by zoning, but once that building has been built, the opportunity for it to convert to other office uses is something that could be considered by council in the future. For us, it's a matter of the scale of that office building, that office use within the designation.
Thank you for that, Mr. Barrett. And I think it's important that we understand provincial policy statement here as it relates to the appropriate locations. And that's what I would like to make my comments on. I won't be supporting the motion in front of us. I am supportive of the recommendation to refuse. I'm starting to have the same concerns. As we make exceptions, we are undermining our policies. And I use our policies to sort of guide, not the expert here, in terms of knowing what is best when it comes to planning our city. If not, I think we're undermining our policies, and that gives me great concern. It's an exemption, it's ad hoc planning. It is something that I didn't support when an application came from the Westmount Mall. Same thing. I didn't support it at that time. Again, the recommendation was supporting the commercial use downtown. I recall this application when it came to us a number of years ago. We already gave an exemption. I'm not going to support another exemption and going against our policies of supporting our downtown as our primary office area in our city. And with that, that's the end of my comments.
Thank you, and I'll hand the chair back to Councillor Hopkins with nobody on the speakers list.
Thank you, Councillor Lehman, and there is a motion. And it has been duly seconded, and Councillor Turner has his hand up before we proceed.
Yeah, Madam Chair, just for clarity, the motion from Councillor Lewis is that it be approved. Do we have the appropriate language for that? Because it's it might not just be the opposite of what the staff recommendation is. There's certainly a bylaw that needs to go with that as well. Just want to make sure procedurally we're proceeding appropriately.
Through you, Madam Chair, I will have to work with Civic Administration and get a revised bylaw to attach to the report.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Turner?
Yep, thank you.
Okay. Acting Mayor Morgan.
Yes, I have a question too based on Councillor Turner's, because I do believe in if we are making a motion, we have to do it properly. Mr. Barrett said something that I thought was very helpful, although he says many things that are very helpful. He talked about a staff's interpretation of segments of the provincial policy statements and the London Plan and the 1989 official plan, and that the applicant and their planners have a different focus on different components of the provincial policy statements. And it seems like it's appropriate for us when we say, you know, why are we supporting this, that we should probably indicate, and I know that the applicants put some of the language on their interpretation from their planning expertise in there, that if council is supporting it based on those provisions of the provincial policy statements, that probably in some way should be worked into the language, just like to make sure it's obviously defensible and that it's very clear for anybody who wants to appeal why council is making the decision it's making, because it sounds to me like the committee members are supportive based on a different interpretation of which components of those provincial policy statements are paramount in this particular case, and what we are relying on to make our decision. So I think in the final language of this, it would be helpful to include language that is similar to that has been listed in the applicant's presentation for the references to our official plans and the provincial policy statements. Because I think, you know, from my understanding of what Mr. Barrett said, if we've made this expectation that the policy may not be, that we want to set it aside in this case, then we're clearly relying on the intensification and putting services in the communities components of those statements rather than the protecting downtown components of those statements for office use.
So if I can go to staff, do we have that information available to us tonight to vote on this motion?
Through the chair, if I maybe assistance, I believe that what the deputy mayor is saying is that council committee is going to have to enunciate some reasons for your decision, for your recommendation. And what I believe the deputy mayor is suggesting is that there are some reasons that have been provided on the applicant's submission that you might want to use as the basis for the recommendation that you're proposing this evening.
So if we can get further clarification to the clerk on exactly what the committee would like to do here. Councillor Lewis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I'll just, and I've sent this to the clerk. One of the reasons would be that this is consistent with the 2020 provincial policy statement as it promotes the efficient use of an underutilized site. And the second reason for this would be that it is in council's opinion that is consistent with the directions laid out in the Climate Emergency Action Plan with regard to walkable neighborhoods with community services in those neighborhoods. And certainly if the deputy mayor had another point that he wanted to bring from the applicant's application, I'm open to that being included as well. But those were the two items that were, in my view, the reasons for the approval.
Just to help you out, Councillor Lewis, I would like to go to staff on that, because I do think we are going to be setting a precedent here when we say these things, because this is going to come up again and again, and I just want to hear staff's comments on adding those items into the motion.
I guess I'll leave to the clerk to give you the clerk answer, but the reason why I provide those comments that I did is that there is normally a rationale that's associated with the recommendation, and as I think was noted by the deputy mayor, in order to ensure that what the committee is recommending this evening has a rationale, it would be that there would be some reasons that would be enunciated with that. And the clerk might want to add something else.
Yes, if I can go to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I do have 3 reasons. It being further noted that the Municipal Council approves this application for the following reasons. The application is consistent with the 2020 provincial policy statement as it promotes the efficient use of an underutilized site. The application is consistent with the Climate Emergency Action Plan in regard to developing neighborhoods with walkable personal services, including family medical needs, and the use does not compete with the downtown.
Okay, so we do have a motion already in front of us. If we can proceed to vote then.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 3-2.
To our next public participation meeting, 3.2, which is a request to remove a heritage listed property at 147149 Wellington Street from the Register of the Cultural Heritage Resources. I want to bring the committee's attention to the Latch Report. There are a number of items on the Latch Report that is attached at the end of our agenda that relates to this clause, as well as 3.3 and item 4.1. Just to bring that to your attention, looking to open up the PPM. Councillor Lehman, seconded by Councillor Turner.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5.
And if I can go to staff for a comment or a quick verbal on this one.
Thank you and good afternoon. Through you, Madam Chair. I'd like to introduce myself first. My name is Yana Kalam and I'm the new manager of Urban Design and Heritage with the city. A request to remove the heritage listed property at 147 to 149 Wellington Street from the Register of Cultural Heritage Resources was received by the city on April 4th, 2022. This property was identified as a potential cultural heritage resource in 2018 through a cultural heritage screening report for the London Bus Rapid Transit System project, and it was added to the register by resolution of Municipal Council. A heritage impact statement was submitted in support of the request to remove the heritage listed property from the register. The heritage impact statement found that the property does not meet the criteria for designation under the Ontario Heritage Act. The significant built heritage resource was altered, and many of the principal residential features and elements that contribute to the property's cultural heritage value and interest were lost. Staff do not disagree with the evaluation of the property in the heritage impact statement. As the property does not meet the criteria for the designation, it should be removed from the register. While the property is recommended to be removed from the register, that does not necessarily mean that the building will be demolished or removed. That concludes my summary. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kelman, and welcome to PEC.
Thank you.
With that, any technical questions from committee? I see none. I'd like to go now to the public. If there's anyone here that would like to speak to this recommendation, please come forward, stating your name and address if you wish, and you have up to 5 minutes. Welcome. We can't hear you. You might have to.
My name's Heather Garrett with
That's
Slogan.
better.
I'm acting as agent for the property owner. I just want to say that we're happy with staff's recommendation, and I'm just here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to this recommendation? You can come forward. And I'll ask one more time, if there's anyone that would like to speak, please come forward. I see none. I'd like to go to committee to close the public participation meeting. Councillor Turner, seconded by Councillor Lehman.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
I'd like to go to committee motions. Councillor Lewis.
I'll move the staff recommendation, Madam Chair.
And I'd like seconder in Councillor Lehman. And Councillor Turner, would you like to make a comment, or were you seconding that? Sorry.
Oh, I was just seconding.
Okay, sorry. And with that, there is a motion. I see no comments, and we can proceed to vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
So 3.3, which is a public participation meeting for 8486 St. George Street and 175, 197 Ann Street, looking to open up the public participation. Councillor Lehman, seconded by Councillor Turner.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
I'd like to remind everyone that this is a public participation portion is for the zoning amendment and not the proposed heritage designation. Just want to bring that to everyone's attention. And I would like to go to staff first for their presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the planner, Sonia Wise. There are slides available on page 215 of the agenda or under item 3.3A on the city's website. On slide 1, page 216 shows the subject site at the corner of St. George and Ann Streets, which is an amalgamation of previously individually held properties. The proximity to the CP rail tracks can also be seen to the north of Ann Street. On slide 2, on page 217, it's facing south, showing the subject site and the surrounding area. There's an interface to the existing low-rise residential neighborhood along St. George Street, as well as an interface to the existing high-rise residential uses to the east and south of the site. So development in this location must respond to this context and the interfaces to provide an appropriate transition. On slide 3, on page 218, provides an overview of the applicable policy framework. So in the London plan, the site is within the neighborhood's place type in the high-density residential overlay, and there's also a site-specific special policy. In the 1989 official plan, the majority of the site is within the multifamily high-density residential designation, with a portion of the site along St. George Street within the multifamily medium-density residential designation. There are also policies that apply in both official plans, and those include the near campus neighborhoods policies and the Talbot mixed-use neighborhood policies. So just at a high level, the policies that apply to the site do allow for greater height and density. However, they are based on whether the proposal is an appropriate built form and whether the building fits the site and context. On slide 4, page 219, it shows the proposed development, which is 22 stories with 214 residential units and 180 parking spaces. There's a density of 585 units per hectare, ground floor commercial uses, including an additional use of a craft brewery within 500 square meters. All yard setbacks reduced to 0 meters, 0% landscape open space, and 97% lot coverage. Slide 5 on page 220 shows the initial development proposal of 28 stories, as well as the revised proposal of 22 stories. So while it is acknowledged that there have been revisions to the proposed design, it is staff's opinion that further refinement is required to meet the policy intent and for the application to be supported. Slide 6 on page 221 provides an overview of the key issues. The first is the built form. So the site-specific policy in the London plan requires that a significant step back be provided along the St. George Street frontage. And this is to provide a low-rise character that is consistent with the streetscape. The building floor plate is very large and the high-rise form is prominent along St. George Street without providing a significant step back. So this in itself does not provide an appropriate low-rise interface or meet the intent of the policy. For intensity, the development is seen as an over-intensification of the site with reduced front, rear, interior, and exterior side yards at 0 meters, no landscape open space at 0%, and a lot coverage of 97%. So this means that there is no relief provided through building setbacks, building step backs, or buffering, and that can exacerbate privacy and shadow impacts on adjacent uses. This intensity is consistent with what would be expected in the downtown, though the site is not located within the downtown boundary, it's not on a corridor, and is also not in the core area. For bonusing, the starting point for bonusing discussions is a well-designed built form. So as there are significant concerns with the built form and intensity, these must first be addressed before additional height and density could be considered. It's also staff's opinion that the bonusing proposed does not align with recent council priorities, like the delivery of affordable housing, and it's also not consistent with what has been achieved for similar applications. The fourth issue is that convenience commercial uses are not contemplated for local roads and are directed to more major roads instead, or designated commercial destinations like the downtown or Richmond Row. The fifth issue is heritage. So there are heritage listed structures on site which are recommended to be designated, and the proposed development would result in their demolition. Other issues related to site function require more information. The site's proximity to the CP rail corridor requires mitigation measures against possible train derailment, and the impacts to groundwater require further study through a hydrogeological study. Slide 7 on page 222 provides a high-level overview of the public comments made. Approximately 21 submissions were received, with the majority opposed to the development, based on concerns related to traffic, parking, loss of heritage, the built form, intensity, student housing, the proposed use, and property values. The full submissions received have been appended to the staff report. The last slide on page 8 is the staff's recommendation and reasons for refusal. So it is the opinion of planning staff that the proposed development is not consistent with the provincial policy statement, does not conform to the London plan or the 1989 official plan, is not compatible with surrounding neighborhoods, represents an over-intensification of the site, and does not represent good planning in its current form. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Wise. That's right at 5 minutes. I would like to go to committee for technical questions. Councillor Lehman.
Through you to staff, it was mentioned that it's outside the downtown boundary. Can you explain, just remind me again where that boundary would be, how close it would be to this proposed development?
Through you, Madam Chair, the downtown boundary at its north extent would be 1 block north of Dufferin, which is Kent Street.
I see your hand up, Councillor Van Hulst. We are on technical questions of staff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my first technical question is just regarding over-intensification, and asking through you to our staff to confirm that the over-intensification is because of the lack of setbacks and the 97% use of the property as opposed to the number of units?
Madam Chair, the over-intensification of the site is based on the departure of the regulations associated with the built form, but not necessarily based on like servicing capacity, for instance.
Okay, thank you. And if I may, I'd like to ask what kind of measures would be required for the protection against train derailment?
Madam Chair, so typically there is a combination of a berm, like a berm made of earth, and a setback. So that would be about 30 meters, the setback in combination with a berm. On smaller sites, there are alternative measures that could be employed, like a crash wall, and that would also be in combination with distance as well. As of yet, we don't have those details, and that would be something that would have to be required upfront so that it could be incorporated into the design of the building.
Thank you. Any further technical questions from committee members or visiting members? Councillor Van Hulst, is your hand still up for another technical question? Oh, sorry.
No, Madam Chair.
Thanks. I'll go to Councillor Lewis. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, I actually just want to follow up in perhaps a little more clarity on the response that we just heard from staff with regard to the rail safety issue. From a technical perspective, am I hearing that the safety aspect would need to be incorporated into the development application itself, or is this something that would be dealt with through site plan approval? I just want to know at what stage that has to be incorporated. And I think Ms. Wise indicated that it needs to be, and she said up front, I think she means in the application, but I just want to check with her on that.
Ms. Wise.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in this case, the distance between the closest corner of the proposed building to the real property is about 20 to 22 meters. So it wouldn't be possible to achieve the standard approach, which would be a berm and setback. So we would be looking for additional details in terms of the material and type of crash wall to be incorporated, the location of residential uses, to have that stamped and sealed by a professional engineer at the time of the proposed development, rather than waiting to a future development phase.
Thank you. That's very helpful. That clarifies that for me.
Any other technical questions of staff? I see none. I will now go to the applicant, if the applicant is here, or the agent for the applicant. Mr. Allen, if you are here, I know you're the agent. I know the applicant is here as well.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Scott Allen from MHBC Planning. Ali Soufan is intending to speak to this to provide initial comments for committee's consideration.
Yeah, Mr. Allen, I'm having a little, you sound a little bit gargly. I'm not sure if there's something you can do with your microphone. But if you could try it again, and I just want to remind you, you have up to 5 minutes.
Right, I'll quickly respond. Hopefully that's better, Madam Chair. I was just indicating that Ali Soufan was intending to speak to committee and provide initial comments.
Madam Chair, I will provide comments. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And
so, Mr. Soufan, will you be doing your presentation then to the committee here?
I will provide comments, and Mr. Allen may provide a presentation.
Okay, I'd like to go to Mr. Allen first to do the presentation, and then I can go back to you for comments.
My apologies, Madam Chair. We don't have a specific presentation. Mr. Soufan was going to provide comments.
All right. Thank you. I'm just trying to find out what's going on here. So my apologies, Mr. Soufan, if you can proceed with your comments, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and committee members and visiting council members. Again, there's been so much history on this file. I think Scott Allen and MHBC and the rest of our team are pretty much exhausted from the duration between the time of application and where we are today. And, you know, we've worked very closely with staff on trying to get to a point that that would be amenable. And I think we're just too far apart. But what I will tell you is we're proposing a 214 suite modern residence development with exceptional amenities, obviously, to include a 24-hour on-site concierge security, a library, a fitness center, food services program, and social areas, both indoor and outdoor, inclusive of a pool and recreational area, in order to promote, year-round residency or 12-month residency for the folks there rather than 8 or 9 months. And again, the list goes on in regards to the amenities. Our proposal does include 11 affordable suites, which equates to 5% of the total number of suites at an 85% average market rate for a 50-year duration. So we thought that's fairly substantial. We also understand the historical uses that form part of the site, specifically the old Crent Brewery and its proprietors. And rather than diminish the commemorative value, we hope to transform the site into a functioning residence with a substantial craft brewery operation on site, and more specifically Forest Brewery. I think Miles Rambo and Colin Gunn, the proprietors of that brewery, will speak to this later. They've created a special line of brews and services significant volume to a number of local pubs and restaurants, as well as the LCBO. So they've done a really good job at providing a pretty unique service, and hope to build a brewery, bring back the modern day brewery facility, not only to commemorate, but also to operate as the New Kent Brewery. So we hope they're successful in that. We also, in relation to the heritage aspect of the proposal as well, we'd also be willing to relocate both 197 Ann as well as 183 Ann to a location deemed appropriate to council at some point in the future, and as part of our site plan agreement, hopefully if we're successful. Respectfully, we'd request support of our application. We've provided a proposed bylaw in our package. And again, I think this, and we think this meets today's residency requirements, both from a necessary perspective and a convenience perspective. And we hope to create a very vibrant development for generations to come, as well as revitalize an area and create vitality for the immediate area, as well as, you know, Richmond Row, which basically is 270 feet east of us by way of a pathway. As you know, there's 3 other high-rise buildings on the block with us. We're the completion of that block. So we are hoping to continue the high-density development along that Anne and St. George frontage. In relation to the rail requirements, so we actually can accommodate the 30-meter setback, and we hope to do it by a site plan and further refinement of our architectural design, as well as a crash wall. We have been in continuous dialogue with the rail company, and so we're drilling down to some of that detail now, but we can definitely accommodate 30-meter setback with a technical crash wall. Again, that's something that we feel is better dealt with at the site plan stage and at the structural stage in regards to architectural advancement, rather than at the zoning stage for that matter. Again, the numbers in regards to coverage are not actually exactly accurate. The fact of the matter is we have a significant amount of green space and outdoor amenity space that traditionally would factor into the green space and landscape coverage. But because it technically sits on a concrete structure, it doesn't fit into the category of green space or amenity space, even though we would have grass and trees and landscape coverage on top of the structure. It doesn't actually translate into the bylaw.
Mr. Soufan, you've come to your 5 minutes. If you can summarize everything, please.
I think that summarizes it in a nutshell. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Any technical questions of the applicant? I see none. I will now go to the public, and just to remind the public that we are here for the zoning amendment and not for the proposed heritage designation. If you can come forward, stating your name, address if you wish, and you have up to 5 minutes.
So my name is Ana Maria Velastro. There are approximately a dozen affordable housing on the site now. There is a brewery at the Seeps and a brewery at Slogan. I support the staff recommendation for refusal. I live in the neighborhood. I dispute that this would contribute. Our neighborhood is very vibrant now. It's very diverse. There's all kinds of people that live in that neighborhood. You wouldn't know that unless you went knocking on doors, because a lot of people rent in that neighborhood. The only part of the report that I'm not certain about is that there's no evaluation of 179 Ann Street. That was in the Latch Report. And when that report came out in October 2020, it was put on hold at the request of the property owner so that they had an opportunity to come back and address the Latch Report and give it some consideration. And then somewhere along the way, a municipal council, they asked staff to report back on 197 or 183 Ann Street, which is fine, but the Latch Report remains outstanding, and it is part of the zoning. And I'm asking that the whole process has been upside down and topsy-turvy, and we would like a very clean and consistent process and how these buildings are evaluated, how things are going to go forward on this site. And I'm asking that committee please ask staff to come back for a heritage evaluation from 179 Ann Street as well, because that is the story. That is the recommendation from Latch, which was truncated and it was never brought back. So we're asking for just a clean, consistent process. I support This is an old, everything that's around the railroad tracks was built in the 1800s right now. So that's why that works. And everything the staff raised, and they have good reason for refusal. And there's all kinds of people that live in those houses now. They're beautiful on the inside. They have tall ceilings, beautiful characters. The buildings are beautiful on the inside and the outside. You can't replicate that, and they're all affordable now. And there's families that live in the houses and the cottages on St. George. So I'm supportive of the staff recommendation. I'm asking that this committee ask staff to evaluate 179 Ann Street as was requested by Latch. We're asking for a clean and consistent process. Hasn't been like that to date. And the last thing I want to say is it's really just a reference to something that was said earlier. I just want to say again that the London plan is not an old plan. It's still under appeal. From someone who watches council, I can tell you that you consistently move away from the London plan, and people are getting very discouraged about it. And there were thousands of people that contributed to that, not just a few hundred, but thousands of people. They were proud of the London plan because it was a balance between intensifying and moving towards a green and livable city. And intensification, if it's not done carefully, is awful. It's horrible. It's about crowding. It's about urban decay. And you can't just have intensification because that's your philosophy. It has to be done properly. And the last thing I want to say is that please don't use the climate change action plan to push an agenda. It's just seen as greenwashing. So whenever you're going to make a reference to, it's just too important to be watered down as a greenwashing method because you want to push something forward. So that's just a comment on a previous conversation. I couldn't help myself because it's very dangerous to manipulate something that people are very serious about and feel.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Thank you.
The presenter just indicated she was commenting on a previous discussion that was had. That's not the purpose for the public participation meeting this evening. I recognize she has ended her comments, but wholly inappropriate to be commenting outside of a matter that we've already voted on by using your platform at a public participation meeting. And I hope, as I know the presenter asks for delegation status multiple times, that it does not happen again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Ms. Velasco, I think you've reached up to your 5 minutes. I would like to make a comment on Councillor Lewis. I appreciate your comments, but I did not take that as a previous response. Maybe I missed that, but that's why I did not stop it. I appreciate you making those comments, but I did not see it as that. Councillor Lewis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would certainly just encourage you when you have an opportunity to perhaps review the video, because that was indeed the comment that she couldn't help herself from commenting on a previous discussion that we had had.
Okay, and moving on to our next person that would like to make a comment on the recommendation. Please state your name, address if you wish, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Yes, my name is Mark Toby. I'm an adjunct professor of history at Western University. I first of all wish to ask, I do wish to address the designation. I believe it is relevant to this matter. However, I would first of all like to ask respectfully through you, Madam Chair, whether it is appropriate to do so given your comments earlier, or whether I might be offered delegation status to address the committee later during the designation portion of the committee meeting.
Thank you for that question. And if I may go to the clerk, this is a public participation for the zoning. We will be dealing with the matter for item for direction, which is 4.2, after we close the public participation meeting. So you can proceed with making comments on the the designation if you wish.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. To you, Madam Chair, and members of the Planning and Environment Committee, the slides that correspond to these remarks can be found on page 241 of the Planning and Environment Committee agenda for April 25th, 2022. In 1859, Henry Marshall and a partner established a brewery on Lot 3 on the south side of Ann Street, the current location of the main Kent Brewery building at 197 Ann Street. The original partnership did not last. Soon, a second set of proprietors, Dundas and Phillips, tried their hands at running the Kent Brewery. Phillips dropped out of the partnership and Dundas advertised the brewery for rent. The call was answered by John Hamilton, who had run the Nabby Street Brewery in Dunfermline, Scotland. John Hamilton took over the Kent Brewery in late 1861. Hamilton took a house on Ann Street near the brewery. It was common at the time for brewers to live near their breweries. Both the Carlings and the Labatts cited their houses next to their breweries. The brewery's prosperity enabled Hamilton to buy not only the land on which the brewery stood, but all of the other properties between the brewery and St. George Street, including the land on which 183 Ann Street now sits. Although we are today considering the staff recommendation that 197 Ann Street and 183 Ann Street be designated, there may be merit in studying 179 Ann Street, where Joseph Hamilton lived before he took over the brewery, for potential designation as well. In 1887, John Hamilton died in his home at 183 Ann Street, a frame cottage next door to the brewery. The brewer's son, Joseph, took over the father's brewery. By 1893, Joseph had tripled the commercial growth of the brewery, and this newfound prosperity enabled him to replace his father's frame cottage with a substantial yellow brick residence seen today at 183 Ann Street, tangible evidence, as the staff recommendation notes, of his success. Business remained strong into the teens of the 20th century until prohibition was declared in Ontario. Joseph Hamilton ran his first advertisement selling off items from the brewery on September 15th, 1916. The next day, on September 16th, 1916, the Ontario Temperance Act was enacted. The recommendation by staff to designate 197 Ann Street notes under physical or design values that the Kent Brewery building is one of the oldest brewery buildings in Canada, thus meeting the criterion of being an early example of its type. The recommendation also notes that having a 19th century brewer's house standing next to the brewery is likely extremely rare, thus meeting the criterion of being a rare example of its type. As mentioned in the staff recommendation, the only other Canadian example where the brewer's house remains standing next to the brewery may be Alexander Keith's Brewery in Halifax. Based on a scan of Wikipedia's historic brewery buildings in the United States, there may only be 2 American examples where the original brewer's house still stands next to the brewery: the Peacock Brewery in Rockford and the Union Brewery in Alton. Both properties are on the U.S. National Register of Historic Places. This bears out the attribute of the extreme rarity of an extant brewer's house standing next to the brewery. These 2 properties are a rare example in Canada and the United States of a 19th century brewery site which preserves the brewer's house next to the brewery. Both 183 Ann Street and 197 Ann Street merit designation under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act on physical and design grounds, on associative grounds, and on contextual grounds.
Mr. Tovey, you're coming up to 30 seconds.
Thank you for your consideration of this important matter.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. You could just summarize. You've got 15 seconds left.
Okay, only one of the criteria needs to be met in order to designate a building. These properties meet all three criteria. Thank you very much for your attention this evening.
Thank you. I have Colin Gunn, if Mr. Gunn is in one of the committee rooms.
Hi, yes, I'm here on Zoom.
Oh, okay, welcome. If you can state your name, address if you wish, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Absolutely, thank you for the introduction. Hello, everyone, my name is Colin Gunn. I'm a native Londoner, as well as the co-founder of Forest Brewery. Forest Brewery is a small local craft beer producer that at its heart is community-minded with a clear focus on environmental initiatives in the Forest City. We give back a portion of proceeds to not-for-profits in London and also spend an inordinate amount of time thinking about how we can do good for the city that we call home. We are all here today because we care deeply about this city and want to see it grow into a place that we can all be proud of. It can be scary to speak your mind on contentious issues, so I wanted to first thank everyone who has done so today. In my own effort to do the same, I have prepared a few words that I would like to share with you. I've been passionate about beer ever since I decided to try my hand at home brewing as a Western engineering student about a decade ago. I immediately fell in love with the process and became obsessed with trying to brew the best beer possible. Since that time, I have also become captivated by the history of beer and the almost mythical stories that surround the great historic breweries of the world. Beer has been around for a very, very long time, and London has seen a portion of that history played out in the rise and sometimes fall of the breweries that have called London home. Kent Brewery was one of these great breweries, and its story has unfortunately been lost from living memory for quite some time now. I feel that this is a disservice to the legacy of Kent Brewery, and I don't feel that simply preserving the remains of its buildings will bring its story back into the minds of Londoners, where it has been absent for so long. This is because stories are living things. They play out in the minds of those that hear and are captivated by them. I truly cannot think of a better way to revive the story of this once great brewery than to revive the brewery and to create a place by the same name where its famous beer can be brewed and enjoyed once again. Breweries do an excellent job of storytelling. Go on a brewery tour at Labatt, Anderson's, London Brewing Co-op, Powerhouse, Forked River, or any other brewery that calls London home, and you will be told a story about how that brewery came to be and of the hard work and amazing people that made it all possible. If allowed to exist again, Kent Brewery will tell its story once again in the way that it always intended, creating great tasting beer and sharing it with fellow Londoners. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gunn. And next on my list, I have Nina Cornella Valsky. My apologies if I've pronounced that incorrectly.
No problem. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You've got, you can state your name, address if you wish, and you have up to 5 minutes.
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Nina Karnalovsky. I live nearby at 695 Richmond Street. It's another apartment building, just kind of on the adjacent block. And I'm just here today because I want to express support for this zoning change. I'm pretty excited to see that we're going to see potentially some more like mixed use, high density development. This is the kind of thing that we need when we talk about climate change. It's something that's going to improve walkability. It means people have to drive less. And it also makes a community more vibrant, more community oriented. When you have things that people can access by walking, when you're getting to know the people around you. And part of the reason I showed up is because in living where I am now, that's exactly the kind of thing that I was looking for. I wanted to live close to like a central location in London, because that walkability is something that I thought was important. And while there are many apartment buildings around, there weren't too many options that managed to meet the things I was looking for in terms of being close to things like grocery stores, parks, a pharmacy, but also being affordable and having certain modern amenities like, in-unit laundry that I was looking for. So I think in terms of that, this building would give people more options. And in fact, the only revision that I would probably recommend for this might be to increase the number of affordable units to give people more choice in order to access this kind of lifestyle. So I see this as something that could improve the quality of life for myself and other residents in the area. Sorry, excuse me. I don't have any concerns about the building form. We are looking at where the building is located. If you continue down like Mill Street, it's basically just a block away from Richmond Row. I know Mill Street is kind of broken up by a driveway. You could say it's 2 blocks, but very close to Richmond Street. There are already a number of high-rise buildings, including my own at 695 Richmond Street. There's 695 Richmond Street, 180 Mill Street, that are already present there. So I don't feel that a large building like this, even with small setbacks, would be disruptive to the character. It is already quite close to this kind of development. But again, I think it's a case of we have this kind of development happening along the Richmond corridor, but I don't see a reason to restrict it solely to that one corridor. I think that people would benefit from expanding that area where you can have both residential and businesses present in one space for people to access, and it's just about giving people options to meet their everyday needs and also to visit businesses for leisure and spend the well-earned money there as well, in a larger area of this kind of mixed use, high density kind of building. I think that's basically all I wanted to say. I'm excited to see that the city might be moving in this kind of direction, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next up, I have Miles Rambo.
Hello, everybody. My name is Miles. Yep.
Yes, just to remind you, your name, address if you wish, and you have up to 5 minutes. Please proceed.
Of course. Thanks, Madam Chair. My name is Miles Rambo. I am a London native, born and raised. I am the other co-founder of Forest Brewery. And I look to just talk to everyone here today about our plan and our brewery and how we will continue the legacy of Kent Brewery given the opportunity. Our slogan for Forest Brewery is back to the roots. We carry this on with 2 major identities that London has. The identity of being a world-class brewing town and the identity of the Forest City. 4% of all our proceeds go back to reforesting the Forest City. Colin and I were actually volunteering yesterday with Reforest London and helped give out over 150 trees for free to local Londoners. We look to commemorate the Kent Brewery on Ann Street by recreating the London Porter that was once brewed by John and Joseph Hamilton over 100 years ago. This is right in line with our Back to the Roots slogan that Colin touched upon. We look up and we look into brewing beers that have been brewed for a long, long time. Right now, we make a lager that is called the Munich Helles, which has been brewed by the Germans for over hundreds of years. Looking at this slogan, you could almost imagine John and Joseph Hamilton using it as their own. Back to the roots. London Porter has been brewed in London, England for hundreds of years. They went back to the roots by naming and making this London Porter in London, Ontario. This was the significant key for their success back in 1861 when they took over the brewery. They were competing against the likes of Labatt and Carling Brewery, and they were the only brewery to stay in business throughout all the prohibitions that went through and for over 50 years. They're known as the biggest brewery in London's history. And that is a tale to the London Porter. In 1881, when Joseph took over the brewery, he started labeling the London Porter as it was. And that's what helped him triple his sales into the 19th century, and the 20th century. So with that being said, over 100 years later, Colin and I, given the opportunity, would like to recreate the London Porter and continue the legacy that the Hamiltons created. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I don't have anyone else on my list. I will go to the public and ask if there's anyone here that would like to speak to this recommendation to please come forward. And I'll ask one more time if there's anyone here that would like to speak to this application to come forward. I think there is it Kirby? You're on Zoom?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, Mr. Is it Mr. Ward?
Mr. Wadd, yes, that's correct.
Oh, Mr. Wadd, yes. I just want you to identify yourself, address if you wish, and you have up to 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Yes, it's Kirby Wadd. I'm representing Latch at this PEC meeting. And although this is a zoning discussion right now, I just wanted others to know that I'm available if there are questions. I hope to speak to the matter when we get to, I believe it's item 4.3, when we discuss designation. I just do want to concur with what Mark Tovey said. We really appreciated his input and his research regarding the Kent Brewery site. And we did go along with staff's recommendation to designate the property. I'll leave it at that for now and talk more at the when we talk more about designation.
Thank you, Mr. Wadd, for letting us know that you are available to answer any questions that the committee may have. I'd like to go to the public again, ask one last time if there's anyone here that would like to speak to this application. I hear and see none, so I would like to close the public participation meeting. Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Turner.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
And just before we proceed, there was one question coming out of the public participation meeting around 179 Ann Street and why it is not being looked at tonight for heritage designation. Just want to go to staff to get a comment.
Through the chair, I believe that Ms. Dent would be able to answer that. My recollection was that the properties that were looked at by staff were the properties that were referred back by council, but I believe Ms. Dent might be able to confirm.
Ms. Dent, if you can hear me.
I just got a note from her that her mic doesn't appear to be working. I'm hoping she'll send me a yes or no if I gave the right answer.
Okay, thank you. I think we can proceed. I would like to go back to Ms. Dent to answer the question for the sake of the public. I would like to go to, so we've closed the public participation on the zoning application. I would like to ask the committee if they would like to have the discussion about the zoning application and heritage designation at the same time. It is on our items for direction, 4.2 for 183 Ann Street and 197 Ann Street. So just wanting some direction from the committee, or we can deal with it when it comes to items for direction. Councillor Lewis.
I do see the link between these two items, Madam Chair. So long as we're calling the votes separately, I'm comfortable with allowing the debate to include both. Obviously we're in your hands as chair, but I think that there is a link. So I think if we can have a debate that allows a little bit of to and fro between the two different items, as long as we call the vote separately, I'm comfortable with that.
Okay, so what I'm asking the committee is if you would like to bring it forward, or we can deal with it at the end of the meeting. So any other comments from other committee meeting members? I would need a vote on this one. So Councillor Turner.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just perhaps a question to staff. I mean, in the order that it appears on our agenda, often there's rationale for it. Sometimes it's because of the order of operations, and sometimes it's because the timing of the reports being received. I'm curious as to which it is in this circumstance, and which makes sense to vote on and discuss first in this occasion.
Can I go to clerks on this one, Councillor Turner, if that would be acceptable?
Yeah, Ms. Westlake Power has her hand up. So.
Okay, wonderful.
Thank you through the chair, and I'm assuming everyone can hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. All kinds of technical issues tonight. So I think that by way of information, the timing and the appearance on the agenda is a little bit of both of the situations that have been described. As the chair has noted, these two items are intrinsically linked together, and procedurally, it is likely helpful for the committee to have their discussion. You are at committee, so it's not necessary for something formal to be on the floor for the discussion. And I think that in this case, the discussion may help formulate a path forward for one or both of these items. So that is sort of the information that we provided to the chair and where this request is rooted. That I think that for the committee's decision making, it's important that they be brought together. But as Councillor Lewis has indicated, it would definitely be two separate votes with respect to how to manage the designation and how to manage the application. So I hope that's helpful.
Councillor Turner.
Thank you. Yeah, that's for you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that, Ms. Westlake Power. It seems that the decision on one, as Ms. Westlake Power identified, the decision on one would have impact on the other. The finding of a heritage designation would impact the manner in which that would need to be accommodated within the application itself. And so I think that might make sense that the heritage designation question is approached first. I'm not sure if that requires a motion to bring that forward. I'd be happy to do that. I think it's important that we have that and that we get it off the table. It seems a little stepwise backwards for us to consider the zoning and then do the heritage application afterwards, because that would could end up having impact back on the zoning and what accommodations were needed there. So that would be my recommendation. I'm not sure if that's where the committee's at or if you're, but that's what I would move, I guess.
So we have a motion to move 4.2 up by Councillor Turner to be looked at first before the zoning application. And we would need a vote on to do so. Councillor Turner, are you specific to have it moved up first, or?
Well, I mean, the challenge with discussing them concurrently is we haven't arrived at a decision on one before we make the decision on the other one. And so I think we need to be able to do the heritage discussion first so that we can figure out what those impacts and considerations are on the zoning application subsequently. That's just my thought. I could be wrong, but that's the way I read it from the comments so far.
Okay, so there is a motion, and it's seconded by Councillor Lewis. And if If there are no further comments, I would ask that we proceed to vote then.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, so I'm not sure if I can go back to the question that was raised at the zoning, or do I'll probably go back to that later. So we now have 4.2, which is the designation of 183 Ann Street and 197 Ann Street. I would like to go to maybe staff for a quick verbal on this. Can I do that? Or is it just an item for, that we go right into comments? It's a question to clerks. I'm just trying to get myself back into order here. If I can have a quick comment from staff to comment on the recommendation.
Madam Chair.
Yeah. Ms. Stent, we can hear you.
Yes,
Finally.
Madam Chair, through you, Madam Chair, thank you. I hope I sound okay.
You do.
I have a new, I have a new computer and I've just had some challenges with the audio. Thank you very much for your patience here. Good evening. This staff report, so I have a verbal introduction to the staff report. The staff report was prepared in response to Municipal Council's direction at its meeting held on November 24th, 2020, to refer Civic Administration to report back regarding the potential designation specifically of 183 and 197 Ann Street. And this refers back to the question that one of the speakers was asking about. So this report is focused on 183 and 197 because that staff was directed to report back specifically on those two. So 183 and 197 Ann Street are located on a consolidated parcel at the southeast corner of Ann Street and George Street, just south of the Canadian Pacific Railway in an area known as North Talbot. In 2020, a cultural heritage inventory for the North Talbot study area was prepared to identify heritage listed and heritage designated properties within the North Talbot area in advance of initiating a heritage conservation study for the district. Both 183 and 197 Ann Street were included in that inventory and are currently heritage listed properties included on the city's register of cultural heritage resources. Both built resources on 183 and 197 Ann Street have a direct associations with the former Kent Brewery, as has been brought up previously. One of the first breweries in London, and the Hamilton brewing family, notably John Hamilton and his son Joseph Hamilton, who ran the brewery from 1861 to 1917. The current application for an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment submitted by York Developments for a 22-story apartment building complex is predicated on the removal of all existing built resources on the subject property, including the two built resources at 183 and 197 Ann Street that council requests staff to report back on. Per policy 565 of the London Plan, an evaluation is required to determine if the property retains cultural heritage value or interest to assess potential impacts. For cultural heritage value evaluation purposes, a heritage impact assessment was submitted by the applicant in November 2021 as part of a revised complete application. The HIA, Heritage Impact Assessment, determined that the built resources at 183 and 197 Ann Street have cultural heritage value, but that retention is not economically valuable. A condition assessment specifically of the built resource at 197 Ann Street was also prepared back in February 2020, and it concluded that although in fair condition and requiring attention expected for a building of its age, the condition and modifications that have been made to the Kent Brewery have not compromised the heritage value, integrity, and authenticity of the former brewery complex. I want to clarify, to date, no demolition requests have been submitted to the city by the applicant for removal of built resources at 183 and 197 Ann Street, and municipal council is not being asked to consider a request for demolition at this time. If at a later date a demolition request is submitted, municipal council approval will be required. Although there are other built resources on the subject property that are listed, so for instance, 84 and 86 St. George Street and 175 and 179 Ann Street, that per municipal council's request, the focus of the heritage staff's report has been specifically on the evaluation of 183 and 197 Ann Street. This does not preclude designation requests being considered by council for the other built resources on the property at another time. An evaluation was undertaken by heritage staff using the criteria of Ontario Regulation 906 of the Ontario Heritage Act, which evaluates among 3 areas of value: physical design value, historical and associative value, and contextual value. I will draw your attention to tables 1 and table 2 in the staff report. So this would be pages 352 and 354, which outline each criteria and staff's evaluation whether the criteria is met. Pursuant section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, a property is required to meet one or more of this criteria to merit protection. Heritage staff's evaluation found that the built resources at 183 and 197 Ann Street are significant cultural heritage resources that are valued in all 3 areas of criteria: for their physical or design value, their historical or associative value, and their contextual value. The built resources meet the criteria for designation and should be designated pursuant section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act to protect and conserve their cultural heritage value for future generations. Now, before I conclude, I want to take this opportunity to consider a number of matters related to staff's report and potential designation of 183 and 197 Ann Street. Firstly, interest in these 2 built resources has been ongoing for many years and was initially brought to staff's attention through the first of 2 heritage impact assessments submitted by the applicant in July 2019. In order to reconcile contradictory opinions from the local historians, from Latch members, and from the applicant's heritage consultants about the potential of cultural heritage value for 197 Ann Street, and also to respond directly to the conclusions of the heritage impact assessment by the applicant, heritage staff reviewed and prepared a memo for information purposes in February 2020. The discussion in the memo did not specifically identify design and physical criteria as a value, but did identify significant heritage attributes and did note that further comparative research would be required to confirm its potential uniqueness as a brewery site. The memo did conclude that the property retained historical associations and contextual values sufficient to warrant consideration for heritage designation. The review done for this memo was not a comprehensive 906 evaluation prepared for designation purposes, and staff's knowledge has expanded and their opinion has developed since that time. After the comprehensive 906 evaluation for this report, it is heritage staff's opinion that the built resource at 197 Ann Street retains physical or design value, in addition to previously identified historical or associative values and contextual values. It is clearly a rare example of a type, a brewery. It is one of the oldest existing brewery buildings in Canada and a rare local example of a surviving industrial building from the mid to late 19th century. It is a rare example of an early brewery site also, where the brewery building remains and the brewer's house is also intact. The second matter is the evaluation of the built resources at 183 and 197 Ann Street that were done by multiple consultants, planners, and heritage historians. So the Latch evaluated these built resources. The applicant's heritage consultant evaluated heritage staff also, and another heritage consultant that prepared the North Talbot Cultural Heritage Inventory. All these consultants and people found that both 183 and 197 are significant cultural heritage resources that meet the criteria for designation under Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Conclusions, however, of the applicant's HIA determined that retention of buildings on site was not feasible due to the size and density required for the proposed development to be economically viable. Cost, however, considerations are not determinative of heritage conservation outcomes, nor are they sufficient reasons to dismiss designation. One of the primary mitigative measures suggested in the HIA to compensate for the loss of the cultural heritage resource at 197 Ann Street is to salvage existing buff brick and repurpose for a brewery function being proposed in the development. However, use cannot be designated or protected as a heritage attribute under the Ontario Heritage Act, in stipulating that the reuse of a salvaged resource will serve as a rationale for conservation under these circumstances in a brewery where it's not assured or that it might not able to be fully explored, and that it's dependent on approved zoning and future uses that may change is not a suitable heritage practice. Finally, designation is not an end outcome. It is not fixed. Designation is a tool. It would ensure that the cultural heritage value of the built resources at 183 and 197 Ann Street are conserved as part of future decision-making through processes to manage change, processes that are established through the Ontario Heritage Act, through, for example, the Heritage Alteration Permit Approval process. As an epilogue, today, the Kent Brewery Complex at 197 Ann Street is considered to be the largest surviving brewery artifact from Victoria London Middlesex. Both resources at 183 and 197 Ann Street are a testament to the success of the Kent Brewery and how adaptable and resilient heritage buildings can remain. They are already exemplary examples of adaptive reuse. There are many possibilities for their retention and integration of both these resources in the proposed development.
Thank you.
Statement.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, sorry. I was just going to say
Go ahead.
Statements of the cultural heritage value. Our interests are found in Appendix E and F in staff's report on page 389 and 391 in the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Dent. And with that, I'd like to go to committee. Comments? Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, one of the things that we have to do as a council is weigh our own thoughts on what is significant and what is not. And for me, I'm not going to support the Part 4 heritage designation on these two properties. Despite what we've just heard from Ms. Dent, I disagree that these buildings represent a testament to the success of the Kent Brewery, which frankly is a story that has largely been forgotten by Londoners. I think that when we were hearing the brewers or the potential brewers who are looking at locating in the potential new development earlier, I agree with them that the spirit of the value of a brewery is in its product, not in its building. And anyone who knows me well would know that I certainly appreciate a product from a local brewery. And we heard them reference many of the great local breweries we have here today. But to me, we have to consider whether or not it's sufficient. And I look at the fact that Londoners by and large don't know it, and I don't see that as a testament to the success of the Kent Brewery. I think what we've heard here is, certainly some work that's been put into it, but I frankly disagree. And I think that when we hear that it's a tool and not an outcome, you know, again, I appreciate Ms. Dent's position on that. I disagree. I think in many cases it becomes the outcome. And when we look at this site and the many reuses it has had, from automotive repair shop to cheese factory to cigar factory to a number of the other things that were outlined in our report to us, I don't think that they actually speak to it as a brewery building, and haven't for quite some time. You know, I understand the desire to see things that have cultural or built heritage value for future generations. I don't think, and certainly through you, if staff wants to correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think this is the only example of this type of architecture left standing in our city when we speak about the residential building. I think there are a number of other examples of residential Victorian builds in the city, some of which I think actually have Part 4 heritage designations already. So it's not unique in terms of the city's inventory of heritage assets. And so for me, this is really a no. You know, we've heard several times, you know, the third most successful brewery. We could be talking about the third most successful clothier or the third most successful automotive manufacturer. And we would very quickly start to preserve everything. And our neighborhoods actually at the end of the day can't become trapped like flies in amber because we do have to allow them to evolve and grow as things change. So I'll listen to what other committee members have to say, but I'm not convinced that this is worthy of a Part 4 designation. I do think it is worth noting that even if we say no to this, this remains on the Heritage Registry as an asset. It doesn't, and we heard Ms. Dent say it doesn't mean that the applicant can go ahead and demolish it. There would still have to be considerations if changes wanted to be made. But I think that that is a more reasonable position, is to leave these on the current registry and see how things evolve from there with regard to the application for rezoning. I'm not prepared to designate this. You know, we heard it's been in the works for some time, but it's actually only been in the works since the development application came forward. Prior to an interest in redeveloping, there was no work being done on considering designating these as heritage properties.
I'd like to go to Councillor Turner.
Thanks, Madam Chair. First to Councillor Lewis's comments about flies in amber. I think it's important to note that heritage designation is absolutely not that. Heritage designation is about identifying cultural heritage resources, built heritage resources within our community, and recognizing them for the contributions they had to our city. But it doesn't mean that we don't allow removal, repurposing, demolition, those kind of things. And that's a decision that comes to council afterwards. So why it's important is that there's a tool under the Heritage Act that is used to determine whether designation is appropriate and indicated. It's similar to the way we have a tool to determine whether a woodlot is significant and is requires protection or mitigation or those kind of things as well. We use these tools so that we can determine how it can develop within the city and to be able to put some parameters on how development goes forward. I'll tell you right now, and from an aesthetic standpoint, I'm not seeing an overwhelming. These are outstanding examples of architecture and marquee places within the city. However, they do have contextual merit, and it did show merit on all three categories. So if this were to go forward, what this helps us to do is that any future development within the site would need to have consideration for an incorporation of this heritage asset. So It could be through the use of the buff brick. It could be through the use of the arch. It could be through relocating the buildings to another site. It could be ultimately it could be demolition. I'm personally not opposed to some sort of incorporation of components of the buildings. Do I see that these buildings need to be retained in their entirety? At this point, I don't, but I see the importance of the designation so that one, that we can have those parameters for the development itself, because those are the things that rather than through a zoning amendment, that these actually compel those features to be retained or those strategies for commemoration or partial or whole retention, that is what carries forward into the application itself. So that's why it's important. As I mentioned, I don't see a path where it's necessary to retain the whole buildings on site. But I think it is really important that the designation is there so that we can have those contemplations as we do the next stage of this discussion. So I hope my colleagues will support that. I'm going to move the staff recommendation, and I would look for a seconder.
I'd like to go to committee members. If there's a seconder, I see none. I would like to second that motion. I'd like to go to committee members for comments. Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. It is an interesting one because, yeah, I agree with Councillor Turner. There's no aesthetic reasonings here. So I looked out to, historical implications. And the challenge for us at council is we're faced with a housing crisis. Downtown has been designated as a place for high density. But every time, well, the nature of downtown is that it's old, and there's a lot of locations that are old and have a history. I guess I'm concerned about is the timing of this application and the intent. What happens if it is designated a historical asset? Would that impede, construction and development for more housing? Or would it be simply a plaque on the wall and would continue to be an auto repair shop, a fine auto repair shop, mind you, I'd take my car there. So I guess I would like to ask staff.
Yes, Councillor Lehman, do you have a question here? Is it a question? Sorry.
Well, I do.
Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
But I'm allowed to make comments, am I not?
Oh, for sure. I'm
Okay.
not suggesting, but I thought you were asking a question, and I just wanted to.
Oh, no, I'm getting to that.
Okay.
I'm setting it up. Councillor Turner made some comments about if we designate this as a historical asset, would development still be able to continue as is? Perhaps by incorporating aspects of that area into the development. So through you, Chair, I'd like to ask staff, what are the ramifications if this was designated as a historical or heritage property when it comes to development?
I'd like to go to staff.
I'll start this one. The designation doesn't preclude construction from occurring. So I think I answered your response. I'm not sure if you're looking for anything else other than that. I mean, the designation provides a tool for being able to manage how the heritage resource is conserved and how it would be incorporated into the larger development. So it's, if you look at it as a tool, as a planning tool.
Okay, so what I'm seeing from the comments from the developer and those interested in putting up a microbrewery those aspects are already being included in this development. In fact, so much so that they're proposed operators of a brewery, which would, in the words of those potential operators, preserve the heritage, so to speak, of the Kent Street Brewery. Maybe much more so than if nothing happened here, and there'd be that memory would be lost, except the building would still stand as is if development go through. So those are the things I'm wrestling with right now. I'll leave it to other committee members and other councillors for comments.
Thank you, Councillor Lehman. I see Councillor Van Holst, and I'll go to Councillor Van Holst, and then I'll go to Councillor Fife-Millar. Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, may I ask to staff for a little clarification. In the report, it says it's one of the oldest breweries on Ontario. I get from that statement it's not the oldest, but is it the 5th oldest, the 10th oldest, or something like that? We know.
As far as the research that has been undertaken, it is the 2nd oldest intact standing brewery in Ontario, maybe in Canada. The only other one is the Carling Brewery in Nova Scotia. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Dent. Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you very much. That is helpful. My next question is regarding using this as a tool. We could designate today. I think we could designate this sometime in the future as well if we decided. So my question is, if the zoning were passed today, would there still be an opportunity to designate this if that was the desire of council?
To designate this, to move forward with designation this evening, or
at a future time?
My question,
at a future date.
If the zoning were passed tonight, but not the designation, could that designation, say that the motion to designate was withdrawn, would we still be able to designate in this future to some effect on the final outcome?
Ms. Dent?
I believe Greg Barrett is going to take this one.
Thank you. Mr. Barrett?
Thank you. Through the chair, there are two different processes, right? So there's the process under the Ontario Heritage Act as to whether or not council believes that the building is worthy of designation. And then from that, Ms. Dent indicated to you that then there are tools that you can then use to assess any application as to how that would then address those matters that would be listed in the Statement of Cultural Heritage and Significance. In other words, your reasons for designation. In this instance, though, the proposed bonusing speaks to the heritage value that has been put forward. So I'm not too sure how that gets unwrapped in this instance, given that what has been put in front of you by the applicant does speak to heritage values. So I don't know how that completely gets unwrapped through this, but through the designation, as was stated, that does not preclude construction, does not preclude the development or the redevelopment on the site. But I'm not too sure how much you want to tie the two as dealing with designation and zoning. They're two very separate matters.
Councillor Van Holst.
Okay. Madam Chair, I'm afraid my question hasn't been answered, but allow me to move on. So I'm wondering if there's some other tool for achieving some cultural or heritage incorporations into a site. Volunteer did like something like that, because I see and have seen in the past designated something all led us to a valuable outcome, and sometimes properties just sit dormant when there would otherwise have been much done to actually incorporate that heritage value. So I hesitate to go forward with this as well, but I'm looking for the answer to that question. Is there something else we can do? For instance, ask like a bond or some other promise that we will see a brewery on this site, even though we can't necessarily demand it.
If I can go to staff.
Through the chair, those types of things very often arise as considerations if there's an application for the demolition of a listed or designated property. For a designated property, we can do this. For a listed property, if this property just remained listed, you do not have that ability to consider demolition with conditions. It's either you agree or you consent to it or not, because the purpose of the register is that it flags the property as being of potential cultural heritage value or significance. If an application for demolition is made on that property, the decision that's in front of you is where we are tonight, which is whether or not the property is worthy of designation. Then that has to be dealt with first. If the property is designated, then that's where, in fact, if council were to consider the demolition of the property, then that's when council can put conditions attached with that demolition. So you would be able to attach conditions like sureties or bonds in order to assure that whatever works council had decided they wanted done were done. They could put conditions on with respect to commemoration or any other other conditions that council would consider reasonable in exchange for granting the demolition. But that's normally where that would be tied. Through this process, you're just considering whether or not the property is worthy of designation.
Councillor Van Hulst.
Thank you very much. And I found that a very helpful answer. I wish I'd understood that better for instances in the past. In this instance, Madam Chair, I can see that definitely the criteria for meeting the cultural value is there. There's also a practical value to any property, and I can see that council or committee is looking at the practical value is in the development. And so I wonder about the story that's being told here. I did appreciate the history, and however, we do have a brewery in London. People can tour that brewery. I wondered, and I might ask Councillor Lewis to perhaps comment if Tourism London saw some value here in these two connected properties for us. But I do think moving forward with the development is what has the practical value. So I hope we can find a way forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to go to Councillor Fife-Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think my comments were on a couple things, and for myself, I find it really unfortunate that this is the time we're having a conversation about the heritage piece on this building. We've done this before. We did it for properties that just seem that the focus becomes the important piece when we are talking about the progress of our downtown. I don't think anyone's questioning the validity of the age of these properties. And when you look at the directory listings, this building has been a lot of different things to a lot of different people. One of the things I found was really interesting in the report when they gave us the maps from 1881 through to 1922. When you look at those maps, one of the things that's very obvious is the streetscape is ever changing. That's part of being in a city, is that streetscapes change over time. They develop to the needs of what the community is and what the city is. Councillor Lehman makes a valid point. One of the challenges we have in and around our downtown is we've destined that to be the area where we want to intensify, but at the same point in time, it's in and around our downtown where we have our oldest commercial and residential buildings. And they have meant a lot. The question becomes, is it the age of a building that creates the significance of a building? Councillor Turner made a point that the actual physical attributes of this building may not be significant, but the history, I think is like so many other things, but I think we need to find a way to incorporate that into the future. One of the challenges here, this building sits not just in the center of the block, but in some ways sits almost in the center of the property itself. So even to look at incorporating part of this into a development on that property, which is zoned for high density, it would be in the center of the building. And I think that in itself is not beneficial to what we would want Londoners to be able to have and to be able to see. The applicant at the beginning said he was willing to move these buildings to another location. We can consider that, and while we may not like the idea of moving a heritage property, I would note that we were going to be moving a slave chapel not once but twice. So I think that there is a path forward. I think there's a path forward to acknowledge the history of this property. But I'm not sure that acknowledging it by ensuring that it sits where it does today makes viable sense as our city grows and as our city continues to move forward. So those are my comments on this. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to go to Acting Mayor Morgan, and then I'll go to Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm going to cut to the chase on this one, because I think everybody's kind of trying to talk between the lines or two things at once. And I think what I hear my colleagues saying is, listen, there's some interest in intensifying this site when we get to the zoning. I don't know if this development is exactly the one that is the right one, but there's clearly interest. And there's some concern I hear from my colleagues about if we designate this as heritage, that there's going to be some sort of surprise restriction on how we can go forward and do that, or we might limit the options available to us. And my understanding from staff's response, and I am going to ask staff to respond to my comments and give a very clear answer so we can all be on the same page. My understanding from staff's response is if we designate, we are recognizing through the work that has been done on the heritage aspects of this, whether you think the building looks nice or not, I think we all kind of agree that there's some really historical value to the things that have happened on this site. If we designate, we still have every option on the table to allow the site to intensify. And we may actually have more tools at our disposal to interject on how that happens. And I'll say from the applicants, they seem to have a great interest in preserving the heritage context of this, to the point of willing to move buildings, if it comes to that, somewhere else. So it seems to me like, I think the challenge here is, we're not all on the same page on what this actually means from a let's have a conversation about the site standpoint. And I want our staff to be very clear, because I actually, and I'm gonna, I know through the chair, if you give me some grace here, because I think this, hopefully this will be helpful. I actually think there's probably a referral back on the actual zoning, because I think there's some work to be done there. And so I think, you know, if that were to happen, and we look at other options on the site from a zoning perspective, how much are we restricted by designating this? My understanding is we're not. In fact, we might just be able to say, here's the way that we would like to see that, and it's my understanding that council gets the final say on what that is. So if our staff could comment, because I think I'm trying to outline what everybody's kind of thinking, but no one's really getting it out there, is if we have interest in intensifying the site, and it may involve those heritage assets being preserved in a multitude of different ways, are we limiting ourselves in any way by designating tonight? Are we limiting the options in any way, or are we giving ourselves some more tools, and do we get the final say on this? Through the chair, if I could ask that of our staff.
Thank you for that question. I'd like to go to staff.
I think Greg Barrett is going to start.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I'll try to take a cut at this. So under the designation of the Ontario Heritage Act, as part of that designation, there would be the statement of cultural heritage value or significance. So those would be the attributes that council would have deemed to have been important. Then that provides you with your framework for any decision that would come forward. And again, as was noted by Ms. Dent, for a change to a designated heritage property, we have a heritage alteration permit process. And through that permit process, we can have the opportunity to understand what the proposal is, what the impacts of that proposal might be on those attributes that have been identified in the statement of significance, and then what is being proposed to mitigate that. And that can be many of the actions that were talked about this evening. The one caution that Ms. Dent gave to you is that we have to be careful of tying a use under the Heritage Act designation. But those other attributes about contextual value speak to past use, which can give some direction or guidance on what may be done as a commemoration or as a replacement or as a retention and redevelopment plan. So in crafting your designation, you provide those opportunities. The second part to that is, does this stop the development on the site? And again, the answer is no. This deals with the heritage matters on the property. Whether or not, or how council wishes to consider the development on that property, this would be a consideration on that. And again, as was noted by the deputy mayor, council has the opportunity to look at that decision. Council also has the opportunity to review the heritage alteration permit and see whether or not that meets the intent. So all of this does come forward with future council consideration from the designation if there is something that is proposed that is going to in any way impair those reasons that would have been identified in the statement. I hope that that was clear. If more clarification is required, please ask again. And if I missed something, if Ms. Dent wants to add to that, if there's something I missed in the clarification.
Ms. Dent?
No, I just wanted to draw the attention to the heritage attributes that are identified in the designating bylaw for instance, for 197 Ann Street. I believe that's in the staff's report on the Appendix E. I noted the page. I believe that's page 389. that will give you an idea of the types of attributes that have been identified as having significance. So we're, you know, for instance, the rear of the Kent Brewery where the auto shop is, and the middle section, which I call the southern, I guess I'm calling the internal, the south extension, those are not considered heritage attributes. However, the front portion, the Kent Brewery building, along with the old wash house are, and there are specific attributes that are identified in the designating bylaw. So if those were to be considered for alteration as part of the development, then that would trigger a heritage alteration permit process. There again, that would involve council consideration and review. So this gives you an idea of this, the type of attributes that are being identified, and also pointing out for you that the contemporary garage at the rear and that south extension are not considered in this designating a statement of cultural heritage value or interest. They're not considered attributes. So I don't know if that provided you with a little bit more description.
Thank you, Ms. Dent. I'll go back to Acting Mayor Morgan.
Yes, I'm calling the colleagues may have more questions on the heritage attributes. I flipped to that page. I remember reviewing them when I first read this, but I'm just kind of looking at them again now, given the context of our discussion. How does this change the timing? Or once we've designated these become the heritage attributes, and discussions can still continue on potential rezoning or intensification opportunities on the site, and these heritage attributes would be approved immediately and could become part of the discussion? Is there a time lag? I'm just wondering what designation does from that context as well.
Through the chair, there would be another appeal process that is available on a designation. But with respect to processing the application and considering the matters, as going forward, if this were to be a decided matter of council, then that would provide the context for the ongoing review and discussion of the other applications. So they could run concurrently. We wouldn't have to wait, or I would suggest we wouldn't have to wait for this to go forward. But again, that would be working with the applicant. If the applicant was going to pursue an appeal on it, well, then it might be a different matter. But if we were sort of working together on that, with saying that these are the items that council has identified as being significant through the designation, and these, then how would that be dealt with through the heritage alteration permit process? Those processes can run concurrently with the consideration for the development of the lands.
Thank you, Chair. I might speak again, but I want to give other colleagues a chance. I appreciate to staff the answers to my questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. I will go to Councillor Turner.
Thanks. Just really quickly, and thanks to Deputy Mayor for raising the points. At the end of the day, all this means is that council can choose what's required, and you've indicated what your preference is. It doesn't preclude development at all. Anything can happen from full demolition to full retention, and any place in between. It just allows for the discussion to be incurred to identify what pieces need to be considered in incorporation into the future. That's it. So I hope we're not overcomplicating this process. Let's look at these as two separate issues. Does it meet the tests as identified within the Heritage Assessment or the Heritage Act of whether it's worthy of designation? It does. That's not a subjective thing. The reason for that tool is to make sure it's objective, rather than somebody to disagree with the opinion of our heritage planners. It's clear. It meets the test. It therefore needs to be designated. And then we can take the steps afterwards. And if nobody wants to do anything with that afterwards, so be it. but let's at least recognize it for what it is.
I'd like to go to Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to pick up on the line of questioning a little bit that the Deputy Mayor pursued, and I just want to share, and this is from the staff report. And I hear colleagues saying, well, we're not prohibiting intensification, we're not going to prevent construction from happening, and I hear staff saying that as well. And then I read in the staff report, you know, the other relevant policies include Policy 566, relocation of cultural heritage resources is discouraged. All options for on-site retention must be exhausted before relocation may be considered. We've heard the applicant on the zoning indicate that he'd be willing to relocate, but we're going to put a barrier in the way of that. Sorry, just wanted to make sure I had the right number here. Policy 568. Well, we just heard our staff say that portions of the building aren't considered heritage. Policy 568 says conservation of the whole buildings on the properties identified on the register is encouraged and retention of facades alone is discouraged. The portion of cultural heritage resource to be conserved should reflect its significant attributes. So, you know, it reads on, but while we're hearing parts of the building aren't relevant, the policy says the conservation of the whole building. So I'm honestly more concerned with what we're hearing in terms of there are some things in here that for me just don't match up. And I know that language like shall and you know, all options being exhausted, it may not be a hard barrier. It is certainly a time constraint. It is certainly a longer barrier, and quite honestly, we've seen it come up before as reasons for recommendation of refusal of redevelopment on sites with some heritage attributes, even when there has been a willingness to preserve a facade or preserve certain attributes of designated properties. And so that is a concern as well. And there are some other policies in here that are listed in the staff report that again seem to be somewhat contradictory, and I'm not trying to be combative with staff here, but it seems like we have policies listed that are not in alignment with what we've heard tonight, and I realize, and we heard from Mr. Barrett earlier that you know, policies and advice are subject to interpretation by different experts in the field. So I respect that we're getting some advice right now that says this, but I'm also concerned about what's written in black and white here in the report. So I'm not going to, I'm trying to say this diplomatically, because I'm really not trying to be combative with Councillor Turner either, but I think that there is a subjective component both to our jobs and to evaluating staff reports. And so what I have heard so far has not changed my mind. If the designation is approved, I'm certainly going to have some very serious considerations to consider in terms of rezoning, future development, those kind of things. But to me, these just haven't met. I think that getting to the point of these fit the criteria, for me personally, in my view, has been a stretch, and that I don't think that they actually meet those tests. So I'll leave it at that, and we'll see where committee decides to go with this.
Thank you. I'd like to go. Councillor Van Hulst, is that your hand up again? I'll go to you, and then I'll go to Councillor Fife-Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my question to you is about potential delays. It looks like the demolition, certainly of the brewery building, is planned. I'm sure they'll retain some of the materials. But if we designate, will there be a delay to the process of that demolition, since that's planned. And the more important question is, does the designation provide an opportunity for members of the public to challenge and instigate another legal process that would further slow down development?
Through the chair, the answer to the first question is, and I'm sorry because it's almost lost on me, so I'm going to go to the second one first. But the second question is with respect to whether or not this gives ammunition to anybody. What's in front of you is the designation of the property and whether or not it's worthy of designation. There is no demolition. Sorry, that's the first question. There is no demolition application in, so this has no impact on timing because there is no request for demolition to be considered, whether or not the property is on the register, whether or not the property is on the is designated. There is no demolition application now in front of you for your consideration. So this discussion has nothing to do or does not have an impact on that timeline because that timeline hasn't even started. With respect to whether or not this action would provide ammunition on a further action, I can't speak to that. If somebody were to appeal the decision, whatever that decision is, they would be providing those reasons, and I can't make a guess as to what those reasons might be.
Councillor Van Hulst?
Okay. Well, in a way, I would say that the process of demolition has been started by the fact that this has come forward to us as a plan. So there's the thoughts are in there. I think that's where it's going. So to not answer because of that, I think there's what happens is there's council has 60 days to decide if they want to is that prevent the demolition. So anyway, it's very it's relevant. The fact that the application hasn't made, I want to know what is going to be the result. However, I'll make my last comment, and that's about perhaps the best situation and how I'd like things to go. And I think our developers would agree is that when they come forward with a plan to commemorate heritage as was done this time, I think it'd be great if we trusted them to do so and that they delivered. Because if that happened, then that relationship that we have would be a better one than using the sticks and carrots of the heritage designations to try and achieve the same thing that would have been established. And I think there's motivation there to allow them because it simply takes a lot of red tape away. And I don't think there would be a reason not to move forward with the plan as it's been suggested, because they have tenants already who are already excited to deliver something. So I do prefer that we move ahead in that way rather than be worried that it won't happen, especially in this case, because I don't think I don't see a real big downside, even if that brewery portion didn't become a brewery. We would still have most of what we need as a council trying to develop the town and provide housing. But so I think I'm happy the way it is without a designation, but I see there's value and and I'm pleased that I've learned that there's some other tools. However, those are, I think I'll conclude my comments there, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you, Councillor Van Hulst. Councillor Fife-Miller.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate you seeing me again. This is just a question to staff. because we hear a lot on different options from demolition to a lot of other things. And I'm wondering if you could speak to, through demolition, is there a difference between a building being designated and a building being just on the list?
Currently, the building is on the listed on the register, the cultural heritage inventory. A building that's designated has been evaluated and it has gone through the designation process. A property that's listed is has been identified as having potential significance. In this case, the built resources at 183 and 197 have been evaluated and have been identified as having cultural heritage value. So that's the difference between the two. So right now, we're in the process of determining with council, if council wants to move forward with designation. So in terms of, yes, so that's the difference between the two.
So,
Madam Chair,
yeah.
Madam Chair, if I may, also for the councillor, because I believe the question was also though related to, was there a difference as it related to demolition? And the answer to that is yes, there is. If the property remains on the register when there's an application for demolition, and this might also go to what Councillor Van Holst was looking for. If there's an application for demolition of a property on the register, what comes before you is a recommendation as to whether or not the property is worthy of designation. If it's not worthy of designation, then the demolition permit is granted. If it's determined to be worthy of designation, then notice of designation is set out and the demolition is stayed. So that's the difference. If the property is designated under the Act and there's a request for demolition, then council considers that, and council has three decisions that they can make. They can approve the designation, they can refuse the demolition, or they can approve the demolition with conditions. So that's the difference. If it was a listed property for the demolition, you just determine whether or not it's worthy of designation or not. So you're pushing it to this process. If you determine that it's not worthy of designation, then the demolition can occur.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. Good discussion. So where I think I'm landing on this is I have some time between now and council to do some more due diligence. However, based on what I've heard, I believe there's a way forward by designating this property. But I will support that, but with the caveat that I'm going to speak to the developer and see if this will significantly impact developing this site. And if he can see a way forward, the company can see a way forward with this, then I'll continue to support at council. But when it comes up, if it is designated and it comes up again, when a development is proposed here, I'm not going to let this designation get in the way of providing much needed housing in London in a high density area like downtown. So that's my caveat. I've heard what staff is saying, and I'm going to hold them to it from what I've heard today. Because at the end of the day, affordable housing and housing units being supplied are much needed. And we've heard concerns the last planning meeting about urban sprawl, and here we are intensifying downtown. We can't have it both ways. So maybe this is a way we can have it. We designate it and then it's incorporated into the new build, which probably be a win-win. We preserve history of London, but in a way that we can move forward and solve some important issues that we're facing today.
Acting Mayor Morgan.
Yes, thank you. So I'm glad Councillor Lehman spoke before me because I am in the same position as him on this. I've reviewed Appendixes E and F again, and I see the heritage attributes and the historical context and the reasons why we're designating. And I think many of these things are things that both the developer who would like to intensify the site, as well as the potential brewery owners in that site are very interested in supporting and recognizing. And what designation does is allows us to have a little bit of control over that conversation, emphasizing the components of those heritage attributes that are important and worth saving, and perhaps the ones that we can't if we support intensifying the site. So, I will say too, what we have is an applicant on the site and an owner of the site who actually builds things and who actually owns other heritage properties, and actually in a genuine way wants to find a way to incorporate that history and heritage, sees it as an advantage to the development. And so, you know, I think here there is a way forward, and designation is the first step. And the next steps are the conversations about how those features incorporated into whatever council feels should happen with that overall block. And that's obviously a conversation that we'll have on the next item. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And are there any other comments from committee before I give the chair over to Vice Chair Lehman to make my comments? I see none.
Please go ahead, Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you. And I really want to thank the committee for a really good debate. I think it's really important that we listen to one another, hear each other's concerns, questions, and get the response from staff. I look at staff, I look at, they're the ones that do have an understanding on what should be designated or not, and their recommendation is to designate. And I think it is just a tool. Councillor Lehman, your question was bang on when you talked about does this designation stop construction or development. It does not. It just gives an opportunity to for us as a council to say, to hear from staff that this does warrant designation, and that we as a council do see this as a tool moving forward with the development that we know is going to be coming, and opportunities, giving the developer opportunities to acknowledge the history in this area. So I would encourage all committee members to support the motion in front of us to designate. Thank you.
I have no speakers on the list. I will turn the chair back to Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Councillor Lehman. And with that, we have a motion. If we can proceed to vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-1.
Okay, thank you. So 3.2, the designation, we will go back to 3.3, which is the public participation meeting on the zoning on 8486 St. George Street and 175, 197 Ann Street. I'd like to go to committee for comments, questions. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I listened to some of the technical questions earlier. I listened to some of the community input as well. Not that we've had a lot of it, but I think there was some good community input there to listen to. So in this case, and I have worked with the clerk, there's a draft in eScribe. And if you'll allow, I actually want to move a referral on this, and I'll give you my reasons. I want to send this back to Civic Administration in order to meet with the applicant to address the rail safety concerns, to also look at opportunities for traffic mitigation measures and buffering, as I did hear the community concerns about the size of Ann and George Street and the ability to manage the traffic, as well as to allow for the civic administration to report back at a future meeting, specifically around the affordable housing piece, which was mentioned by a member of the public, but which I agree with, and which I think our staff agree with, where it would be looking to provide at least a minimum of 13 units. And that would include a 1-bedroom unit, 5 2-bedroom units, 6 3-bedroom units, reflective of the unit mix that's proposed, and that's a staff, something that the staff had commented on. Rents at 80% of the AMR, the duration, and I think this is consistent with what's already in there for the 11, which is at 50 years. And also to align with the bonus to the defined municipal priority on affordable housing, that they enter into a tenant placement agreement with us for those affordable units, which is something that we've been looking for regularly on these sorts of applications later. So I think the clerk's got it drafted in eScribe in something that's a little more coherent than my presentation of it, but I hope colleagues can take a look at that and see if there's a seconder for that.
So I'll look for a seconder first, Councillor Lehman. And I just would like to direct committee and visiting councillors to the motion that's in front of us, or for the referral back. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to offer a couple of brief comments on my thought process here. The one thing that stood out for me when I read the first committee report last week, even before our addeds, was the rail safety concern. And I heard from our staff tonight that that needs to be addressed up front. I know that the applicant suggested it was something that they could work through at site plan, but I think it needs to be in the application. So I'm hoping that that can be addressed. And I appreciate the commitment that the applicants made, not only here, but in other builds for affordable units. But I think we really need to include those, and that tenant placement agreement is really important for me, because that's how we reduce some of our affordable housing wait lists that we have in the city, is by using that tenant placement agreement to match appropriate applicants with appropriate units. And I did hear, and I do understand the community's concern about the traffic mitigation. These downtown streets are narrower. They can be a little more challenging, and if there's an opportunity in meeting with our staff one more time for some way forward that reduces a little bit of the traffic concern, I'd like to see what that looks like too. I know we've just passed a heritage designation, which may require some other considerations that may come forward through this referral as well. So I think that this allows the opportunity for those discussions to be part of that as well. So although that's not in my motion, I think that that's a message that was probably heard by the applicant anyway. So I hope folks will give this one more chance, because the one thing that I think I heard from everybody is we recognize this is zoned as a high density residential site, with the exception of one portion of it that's medium density. And we have to have intensification in our core. Whether it's within the downtown boundary or another neighborhood boundary, I don't think that there's any reasonable common sense logic that says, you know, less than 300 feet from Richmond Row is not part of the core. Whether it's part of the downtown planning area or not, it's part of the core. And this is where we need intensification most of all. And we heard from a member of the public, and you know, I was reading earlier today about how the Prince Albert Diner is going to reopen as the Neptune and have a new restaurant replace it there. You know, what's key to these small businesses succeeding is feet on the street. It's also really important for community safety and that sense of community being built. So I heard staff say it's not the intensity, it's the built form. I would agree that it's not the intensity. The intensity here for me is not the consideration, but a couple of these other points in the referral are. So I hope that colleagues will support that.
Any other comments from committee members on the referral? Councillor Turner?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm happy to see it referred back. The applicant had stated that they were a fair amount apart between where staff was and where the applicant was in terms of what they wanted to build here. I hear a lot of red herrings in our discussions about density and build downtown. I think we all want the same thing. And I'm going to come back to it again. The rules framework is really important. One of the reasons the downtown area is identified as it is as such, is it helps us to be able to identify where our infrastructure is going to be consolidated. It helps us identify where we're going to provide incentives. It also helps to identify how we use our surface area parking lots to be able to help create incentive for those to grow. It also, we talked a little bit about our commercial policies just shortly ago. There's so many reasons for why the downtown area boundary is identified as it is, and Kent Street is the northern end of that, so it's a fair amount away. It's not like just across the street or anything like that. The other reason is that it creates this clarity over how property values are impacted, and not in the way that a building might detrimentally impact property values, but in terms of what the land value becomes itself. So the land values in the core are fairly elevated because they have the broadest array of zoning permissions possible within the city. And then as you get outside of that, the zoning permissions are decreased because of the intent to try and create some buffer between the residential neighborhoods that are existing in the commercial corridor and those higher density residential. So there's a bit of a step down effect, but the property value is much cheaper as soon as you get outside of those zoning permissions that are allowed by the downtown boundary. And so when we go and apply the downtown boundary permissions to areas outside of that, we create this really unlevel playing field for developers and property owners within the city. And it creates uncertainty. It undermines our market. It undermines anybody's confidence in our government that what we say is actually going to hold down the road. So the red herring is, are we going to allow building to occur here? Yeah, absolutely we are. It's zoned for it. It allows for it. The question is, do we actually hold to our policies? Because there's some merit to the reasons for these things, right? As it talks about development along St. George Street frontage will include a significant step back to provide low-rise character that is consistent with the streetscape, 103.8C, right? This is in the official plan. These are things that have already been contemplated well in advance. It's not just this maybe kind of policy. It's very specific policy. So how are we going to address these things? I compliment the applicant for looking at ways of incorporating the cultural heritage associated with the site. I think where our heritage designation comes into play as we get assurances that those occur. It's hard for us right now to create any bonusing because the bonusing creates a built form that kind of gets locked in at that point, right? And there's so many deficiencies that are noted in the staff report as to where it's inconsistent, and not just like minorly inconsistent, like wholesale inconsistent, like 97% lot coverage, which is nuts. That's very clearly what happens in the downtown area, and that's clearly defined. So we're being tested again. I mean, it's going to be the rest of our term and into the next term is we're going to continue to be tested because we've shown a willingness to say, yeah, these policies don't really mean much. We absolutely want to see development downtown. We want to see it even in these areas. We recognize the value that it's close on transit. There's commerce. There's other high density buildings there too. But let's play within the rules, folks. So I really hope that the applicant hears this. I recognize the contributions that they've provided to the city in the development and the building. I think that they've done some outstanding projects. And I think this has the potential to be as well. I'm just surprised at how far divorced this is from our policy framework, that it would come forward to this point to have such an overwhelming set of refusal points along the way. That should be concerning, and it should ring alarm bells to all of us. And we should say, wait a second, these things got to be fixed. So I appreciate Councillor Lewis addressing a couple of them, but I think there's a lot more to be done as well.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. Before I do go back to Councillor Lewis, I will recognize the ward councillor, Fife Millar.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, I want to thank Councillor Lewis for putting forward the referral. I think after conversations this weekend, I think that is I think it's a really good start. I'm going to say I echo Councillor Turner's comments. When we look at this report, we are in so many ways far apart. And I think we heard that tonight. I think we heard that from the applicant. At the same point in time, I think one of the comments I'd make is figure it out. Like, we know what the goal is to develop on this parcel of land. And I think when I look back at some of the conversations I had this weekend, a couple of them echoed to me. I think one was the desire to not have anything done on this parcel at all. I don't think that's a solid move forward for the city. I think we have to move forward. I think that in the plan that we have here, I think we have an opportunity, but I do think that there's going to be some give and take. We've got a property here that's surrounded on 3 sides by high density residential. And so I think looking at a development here is not going to be out of place in the downtown. I think it will be key. I do want to stress that a lot of the conversations I had with residents this weekend were focused specifically around student housing and the type of student housing. And I want to be clear, when you talk to the residents in North Talbot has been inundated with single-family homes that have been converted into student housing. And those single-family homes are converted into a type of housing where 4 months of the year they sit vacant. And it creates problems in that neighborhood. So what does a development like this do? One of the things is it will put feet on the street, which I think is really important in all of our downtown neighborhoods. It's also extremely important to our businesses in the downtown core, because as Councillor Lewis alluded to, those businesses need feet on the streets. And I do think that one of the things that we see post-pandemic coming out, the revitalization of our downtown is going to come from people who choose to live in and around our downtown and can choose to walk. And I think that is a very important piece. I think the only other thing I'd like to add to this is when you look at neighborhoods are created by a mixture of people who are there. That mixture of people does include students, it includes young professionals, it includes retired individuals. But the great thing about being in a neighborhood with a variety of people is it creates a solid community. And I think that's what we are doing. Again, Councillor Turner's not incorrect. One of the things with this property, as I see it right now, is the actual streetscape of what it means in that neighborhood. And I think that has to be revisited by the developer. And I think that we know that they are open to some of those conversations. But I just want to stress that in this area, it is important to note that this property is zoned for intensity. And the important thing with that is it's not a question of if, it's a question of when and how do we roll that into the neighborhood. And I think that is really important. And I think that's something that that has to be key. But again, I'm going to go back to my original statement. Staff said that there's a path forward. I think and I hope that the applicant sees a path forward to getting something done here, because we all know that we are in a critical path for housing. We need it. We need rental space. This building is designed for that. So thank you.
Thank you. And I'll go to Councillor Van Hulst.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, and it looks like there's quite a few reasons why this was refused or recommended for refusal. I think some of them are a bit of a challenge. There's not supposed to be commercial under it. My first question, how significant was that? If it just come forward with just residential, would that have made a significant difference? And I asked that, but we also have this challenge of trying to reincorporate a brewery, which would be commercial. So we almost need that now. But
Is that a question, Councillor Van Hulst? If you could, if you could reframe the question.
okay. Madam Chair, I'm actually going to go on to another question. And there was initially a plan for a 29-story building here. And can staff remind us if that building required less of a footprint and provided more for setbacks?
If I can go to staff, the question being, was it less of a footprint and had setbacks?
Madam Chair, the previous proposal, the initial request at 28 stories, had a similar 0% landscape open space request and similar lot coverage at 97%. So in that case, it was a taller building, but occupied the same building footprints more or less. So it didn't provide stepbacks or setbacks in that case. The height was reduced through the revised design, but the setbacks and stepbacks were the same.
Councillor Van Hulst.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Sometimes I see that we are brought a tall, slender building, and then when it's made shorter, it gets to be more of a thick and squatty structure. So I wondered if there was some opportunity with height to make some changes like that. I would say that I definitely agree with Councillor Fife Millar that this wouldn't seem out of place. So this is what I think people are expecting that we're going to have downtown, hoping that we have downtown. So in some form, I believe it's going to go forward. And now with referral, maybe we'll be able to settle some of those issues and advance a little bit in terms of compromising with those points of contention. I would also say that our housing shortage has become an issue that is post the London plan, and so we're in this situation of I'm trying to reconcile what years ago and was a great idea at the time with the position we're in now. So, I would be fine amending some of those things. So the stuff that was put specifically in there. And I wonder if our developers, rather than just coming forward and saying, give me an exception to this, would even suggest what amendments we could make to that so that it all fits together. Because I understand Councillor Turner's desire to have the policies and the product match each other. And I think that's very reasonable. We just have to figure out how to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to go to Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to spend too long on this, but I think it's important to address a couple of things that have come up through this. When I talked about intensity in the downtown core, when I brought forward the referral here, and the fact that it might not be in the downtown planning district, but it is still part of the core. You know, and I think it's really important to be clear. Nobody's talking about changing the downtown planning district boundaries in this application. And Councillor Turner alluded to property values and playing by the rules. You know, the downtown planning area actually has a CIP program, and it has some different rules around what can be applied for there. So it actually inflates land values even further. We're not talking about doing that by right of ownership in the downtown. You can get 35 stories. We're not talking about a 35-story building or proposing that we extend that sort of opportunity here. So I think it's really important to just reiterate that the core, the downtown, because we've heard the downtown a lot tonight, there's a difference between the planning district and what the reality of Londoners' perception of the downtown is. And I'm talking about the perception by the public of what the downtown is, not the planning district when I talk about intensification. And I know that we have a lot of good policies that were developed through the London plan, but I repeatedly hear, and I heard it through the public participation meeting tonight, well, we can't disregard the thousands of Londoners who participated in the London plan. We do also have to remember that those consultations went from 2014 to 2016 when the previous council approved in principle the London plan going forward. You know what's happened since that time? Not thousands of Londoners, tens of thousands of Londoners have moved into our community. Thousands of Londoners have left our community too, but tens of thousands have moved in, and it's reflected in our population growth. And we cannot dismiss, because of consultations that happened, you know, between 7-8 years ago and today, we can't dismiss the input of new Londoners either. And the fact that we hear regularly that they're looking for a vibrant downtown and they're looking for an opportunity to live downtown. So while I'm certainly not suggesting, and Councillor Turner raised a really good point earlier tonight on a different application about maybe we need to review some of the policies. I agree with that. And that's going to be relevant here. An official plan has to breathe and evolve and allow for amendments and change over time, because a city is not a snapshot only once every 10 years either, or even every 5 years. There's constantly people coming in and out, and we have to keep those perspectives in mind as we move forward too. So I'll wrap up there, and hopefully we can pretty much soon get to a decision on whether or not we're going to refer this.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. Councillor Turner.
Just a couple of really quick questions, perhaps, from Mr. Barrett. One is, how far off are we from the gross projections that we had that the London plan is based on? So all our gross boundary calculations that we use for, especially on the residential side, are we on track? Are we well behind? Are we well ahead? And the second is recognizing, of course, that the London plan is still in appeals. How does that play with respect to the 5-year comprehensive review requirements from, or at least the official plan review requirements from the province?
I think Mr. Barrett would be the one to go to.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If Mr. Edwards is still on, maybe he'll be able to answer the first question a little bit better than me. I'll start with the second question first on the 5-year review. The London plan was approved by Municipal Council in 2016, and then approved by the province at the same time. Since that time, we've been, as we all know, going through a series of appeals. But over that time, over these intervening 5.5, almost 6 years now, more and more of the policies of the plan have been coming into force, and they've been coming into play in your decisions. The Planning Act actually states that for a new official plan, which the London plan is, you have 10 years and then 5 years thereafter. However, and reflecting a lot of the comments that are being made here this evening, we recognize that there has been change. And we recognize that there have been changes not only in what the circumstances that have occurred in London, but there have been changes in provincial policy and provincial direction. And so we have already said to you as a council that we intend to be looking at a comprehensive review that's going to be starting with the land needs analysis and look at what in fact we need to ensure that London has sufficient lands identified to accommodate growth for the next 20 years. That's the test. It can be up to 25 years now under the new PPS. Where we are population-wise and everything, I don't know how far off we are. I'm not too sure that we're that far off with respect to the actual growth and development. But quite honestly, what that means, quite simply, is that you are shortening the time horizon to when you would be running out of land or running out of space or running out of choice. It doesn't mean that that all of the policies need to be amended. In fact, all it does, it says that some of those decisions that we thought are going to be further down the road are going to be having to be made sooner. But we will be answering that land needs question for you as part of the comprehensive review. As it relates to housing affordability and affordable housing, that's not a London phenomenon. It's not even an Ontario phenomenon. It's not even just a Canadian phenomenon. Unfortunately, it's a developing world or developed world phenomenon. And it's something that's going to be needed to be attacked, yes, through municipal intervention and municipal policy changes, but also through other changes. And we're going to have to all do our part as to what we can do to address the affordable housing and the housing affordability crisis. And part of that is by providing opportunities for intensification and development. And in fact, the entire London plan was predicated on providing for those opportunities for intensification and development, and not just along the designated corridors and within the transit villages and the downtown, but even providing opportunities for intensification within existing neighborhoods. So the policy basis was there to provide for that. Where we run into these discussions is when we're on the margins. And there's been a lot of talk today about the downtown and whether or not this is in the downtown and whether or not it's close. It is proximate to the downtown, yes, but it is not in the downtown. And its location in the downtown is recognized through the special policies that existed both in the 1989 plan and in the London plan, where it said, while you're not in the downtown, opportunities for intensification exist, and those opportunities for intensification that exist would probably be a little bit more than what we would think in other places that weren't close to the downtown. So that policy framework is there. Where we were apart between the applicant and staff was the degree to how much of that intensification should occur. And that's really where the outstanding disagreement was. It wasn't over whether or not intensification should occur. It wasn't whether or not should intensification beyond even what was originally contemplated